like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon, to get your information. To the spoon, to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, Tuto spoon. Yeah, Tuto spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tuto spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Skidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba.
Richardson. Okay, so we're good, right? Thank you for the heads up. All right, so George S. Bobber is watching us. Thank you, Doc, and thank you everybody who sent a comment to let us know these things do happen. John Williams is watching us. Musa A.S. Fofana is watching us. Tony Sparks. I'm you talking secret. No, I'm not. Um, and Titus G. Law Yi is following us. Jerry Colley, Yvonne Gawe, Robin Seyon, Jenica Noah. And I want to scroll further to the early bird commenters, those who commented first. Awolowo Sompon is watching us from Double Education District in Grand Crew County. Rose Sonkale is following us via YouTube. Benjamin Koya, how are you doing? Eric McGill, how are you doing, sir? Sam Zor is also following us via YouTube. Abel Human Plaki, how are you doing, my friend and brother? I hope you're doing great. Andrew Tucker, Tony L.S. Magabush is following us from Lofa County. Amos Mohammed Kroma is watching us from VOA community, but the one in Burville. Agnes Faya is following us as well. Saleh Kamara, how are you? Halo and Supu is following us from Zozo, Lofa County. Mesa Penku, hope you doing great. Ma Ilasan is watching us from Kakata City, Margibi County, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And we have so many people watching us from all around the world via various online platforms. We love to say welcome to you as well. All those listening to us across Liberia, is Friday. Today is the 15th of November 2024. So yes, we already gone half of the month of November, and very soon we'll be hitting up December. We'll be talking 2025. A lot of other things happening in the country. Charles M. Deline, how are you doing, my brother? A lot of things happening in the country. But what's going on with Neotech? You know, what's going on with the whole Neotech thing? Yeah, it was an interesting presser today. It was a very interesting presentation by the Neotech folks. At one point in time, I thought we were going for Mr. and Mrs. Africa and all that kind of stuff, but later I realized that, it was the Neotech folks who dressed like, when we were doing, when we went to audition for the Coming to America movie, all that. But key amongst what they said is the fact that there's still no scholarship anymore, that steady leave, and they're not providing scholarship. They ain't getting mad to provide scholarship, but rather they are the facilitators, like the regions in the middle people. Yeah, but we're hearing different story. Look, it was quite the watch today. Yeah, do you know that Dr. Richardson, there were certain questions asked the Neotech folks, and they were unable to answer. They said cameras should be off. They were answering the questions as secret. Who brought this thing upon us, Dr. Richardson? Few months ago, we had smart AI. Neotech Pro Max. Now Neotech is saying they don't have the mind, but rather the government saw that good works and brought them to the country and say, you know what, can't be able to link librarians up to universities, but they're not giving scholarship. But they promised to refund the 236. What a political pressure from the government, piled on them. They'll refund. We're looking to see if the refund is actually going to go through those who pay their money. But there are still Liberians who are hopeful, but I think the whole Neotech balloon has been deflated, Dr. Richardson. And it was not a good one today. It was an embarrassing one. It was very embarrassing. I want to sound like you get to understand. It was very embarrassing. Seriously, disappointed.
Yes. Diamond, I'm sure we're going to go over this. I'm sure that your boss will make sure that he dive into this subject. But he did send a link in the chat room, so I was able to see a little bit of it, and I'm laughing because I did notice, obviously, as a woman, I noticed the appearance, the outfit. They said Coming to America outfit. How you described the outfit? Tower. I thought it was nice. I was impressed with it.
That whole outfit thing, it was a psychological thing, right? Yeah. To appear like.
Wait, Diamond, let me actually, okay, that's true. But even more psychological one, there was a girl who stood up to ask a question.
You are rubbing
So
the girl head.
yeah, I was like, that was even more psychological. She said, "Come on to the front." Then she said, "I think she said, my niece." She said that pretty like beautiful one. I said something behind it here. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it was just interesting. It was an interesting dynamics, and so I actually it had me, and we'll have the discussion. It had me thinking a lot more about what it takes to get to United States for education. It's a lot more. It's not just paying a fee and 236 and coming. And then you know what the girl said something. So they took her in the back. They didn't allow her to ask the question publicly, right? They said, I think
They
she
can
said,
carry in a secret room to go answer you. In the
yeah,
back.
exactly. They took her in the back. So then when you guys, after she was there, you guys did some follow-up questions to her. And she said something which I will discuss later on. I thought it was interesting that she said, I think she was disqualified from the program because of certain reasons. She said, I think that's what she did say that. I don't know if you remember, but she said that her application didn't meet the requirement because XYZ, which I will discuss later. But that girl said, little she was just there for information. Her said that she said she heard about the program through Spoon.
Yeah.
And she, it almost like she just wanted to know she was playing around or something. But kudos to her, to it's almost like she didn't believe what she was hearing. She wanted to just verify information. But you asked some really good questions. How did this Nicotech come to Liberia? What is it? How is it helpful to Liberians if they don't have the $25 million scholarship that I understood was secured by the government. All right. We now know that there's no such thing as $25 million scholarship. You got to find your way. You got to pay your way. Then they ask other important questions. I think you asked another important questions. Who brought this on to Liberians? Why and why? So yeah, was really awesome having that interview today.
One
You
of
know,
the one of the foremost responsibility of any government is to protect its citizens. And protection comes in many ways and forms. And one of such is to do due diligence before government goes into any kind of agreement or any sort of pronouncement whatsoever. You should have done your investigations. You should have known what it was, what it is, and present the right information as to what it is. But right now, we've gone from $25 million scholarship, money that was already secure, and the exact words of the minister, non-collateral loan.
correct.
Yes, that's what the minister said. Non-collateral loan,
So I mean, you
25.
gotta put nothing down.
Yes.
Nothing,
Nothing.
no, nothing, yeah, nothing to be your,
Yeah.
to guarantee your loan. No collateral. Like if I have collateral, it's like my house would be my collateral, my children, if I could use my children as my collateral or my car or something. But it said it was no collateral loan. Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
now Nicotech is saying you should have, solid money in your bank account. You should have a good bank statement. All of what you do if you were going on your own to apply to any university out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
All of what you have to do for yourself. So if Liberians thought that this was something that the 25 million would have gone on average 100,000 to a student, to take care of every other thing that you need and get you out there, your tuition and everything. Now it's a different story.
Mm-hmm. But that one,
Yeah.
so there was this guy who said getting the scholarships from different universities outside of the country it's not that he couldn't get it. He was smart enough, he was bright enough, he did his due diligence, he applied. So he said he got, I think, over $75,000 in scholarship. But the problem is, which you are talking about, is where in the world do you find a bank account? To substantiate that you have this money in the account to pay the people tuition. Where in the world? Not in Liberia. That's very difficult to come by. I mean, some people have it, yeah, but majority of the people in Liberia don't have that money. So if they ask you to pay $50,000 a year, you got to show that you have at least $50,000 in your bank from previous years or previous months, so that when they're ready for the $50,000, you can give it to them. So who is like, bro? That what he said his problem was he does not have that kind of $50,000 sitting now in the bank. And you got to show, because you got to show the money got to be there almost for one bank cycle, 1 month, 2 months, at least 3 months, so they can know that it's definitely there. And that's the problem a lot of our students are having. The boy said he couldn't just come up with that money. But I will tell you I will tell you one thing, and I may as well say it, I'll repeat it again. So when the press conference was over, I went on to Neotech website. I saw a website because they have gone through a website transformation since we started talking about this issue, and they ask you a series of questions. One of the questions, I think I put this in our chat room, one of the things that if you pay $100 fee, they will give you a bank statement or something to verify, or you'll take a loan they will take a loan on your behalf, something to that effect. You got to pay $100 first for that. So I just think it sounds fishy, both from Neotech's perspective, and what kind of school would you go let somebody take a loan on your behalf like that and accept it like that? What schools are they dealing with that would say that? Most schools.
So Dr. Richardson, there are agencies, that facilitate study abroad programs, and they're not under the guise of providing you a scholarship. You pay to get their services. They will look for the link to scholarship or student aid or loans, yes, and all these things.
Yes.
And once they find it for you, it can either be a partial or a fully funded scholarship, and you move forward from there. That's their job. That's how they make their money. If this thing was to be presented to us as that is what it is, and you can go and do business with them at your own risks, that is on you, because we have a lot of Liberians that have been victims of such a scam. People want to travel overseas to go to school. Others want to use the school level to go overseas, whatever it is. And there are companies that charge between $2,500 to $3,000 United States dollars to facilitate that for you. And most often than not, many people are not successful. And at the end of the day, these companies will fold and you lose your money.
And we don't need President Booker going there to go sign agreement if that's the case, right? Right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking, it says the $100 for a conditional loan letter. Just the loan letter. You think that would never pass at any kind of admission office? So it says you pay $100 for a conditional loan letter instead of providing a bank statement. So
meanwhile, I enjoy from the whole Neotech, press conference was just the costumes. That's all. Like costume there, like flashing to appear like a rich person here, or like some kind of Ghanaian chief or some kind of Ghanaian queen, like get money, see the gold ornament, everything on the hat.
Yeah, so the best part, you let it hat down. The best part.
Money. Come on, man.
So my favorite part of the interview, there was a lady that spoke. She sounded so American. Did you get that part? Did you hear her?
What I want? We have an acronym for it. It's called LAFA. LAFA.
Oh.
Locally acquired foreign accent.
Oh, so you don't think to me, she sounded very much like a Southern Black American.
We're just saying. People again. Okay. I'm not doubting. I'm not doubting.
No. And I thought I was just interesting. I think she served as a good prop. Yeah. So you come to a foreign country for a study, right? So we're gonna have a foreign accent person there. She was a good prop. I listened to her, and because I think she was responding to someone's question, and she sounded like definitely.
If it's so authentic to you, know that people can practice over time. Whatever it is, anything about it now, I take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah, anything now, I take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah,
Yeah.
Get right on our desperation in the country because we're desperate. We all want to get better opportunities and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And
that's like abusing.
people be using it against us. Talking about that. I just saying that one program we can't on discuss the whole Nicotech thing wholly
Yeah,
and solely. But it's good that we have institutions like Spoon
I'm telling
and,
you.
and other investigative networks, that will bring this thing up to people. Because just a few months ago, we're crying about this whole smart AI thing. Had it not been for the fact that we flagged this, it was extensively discussed and the bubble was bursted. So we have people flying in now, coming from Ghana to Liberia on a $640 to $700 ticket, where you can cash in on close to 642,000. That is nothing to come in and present and all that. If it was so important, why didn't they fly in when the signing ceremony was to be done at the executive mansion?
Mhm.
Why use Zoom for the most important part, the signing ceremony, with our president being present?
I'm telling you, right?
You decided to come on via Zoom. Then now, because question and counter and all that kind of stuff, people running out and there, but they're confused, and then there's a can't show fit.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm telling you, I was so happy, that Spoon was involved because, sometimes you're not thinking about these things, I'm glad that I work with an institution or come here and volunteer my time with an institution. Like, we have people like you, Diamond, people like, CEO and the rest of the panelists that can ask the hard questions. I mean, we live here, Diamond. After you graduate, there's no guarantee that you'll get a job, like get a job. Like somebody was explaining this, it's for master level student, and the idea is they will get jobs after they graduate, and then they will be making about $80,000 a year, and then after that they will use that money to pay off their loan. There's no guarantee that you'll get a job in this country, and there's no guarantee that you'll stay in this country. There's no guarantee that you'll be hired by a company for you to stay.
He has done so
There's
many things
all
for
these.
me.
Why interrupting my conversation again?
Yeah, yeah, wash away my sin and let the Holy Ghost within. I met a man of
You need to pray.
Calvary.
You need to pray.
Listen. Damon, let you mute me, Damon. Dr. Richard say, how you doing? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Richard say. I'm singing. If you want to join me today, join me, let's sing. I met a man.
Yeah, oh, yeah, me singing.
He has done so many things for me.
I don't know how to sing. I want to
Yeah, wash away my sin and let the Holy Ghost with me. I met a man of Calvary. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Brand new edition as we get Diamond Slanger, the man that is raining on heavily in Liberia, in studio producing today. And we have Dr. Richardson Level.
she left it where were you?
Dr. Francis Chinwe Richardson. We're going to have everybody coming on today. Nicotech. How do you call it? They call it Nicotech or Nicotech? What's that?
Nico.
Nico? Okay.
Yeah.
That Prince Nico, right?
Yeah, Nicotech.
We got Martin Cody coming on today.
Mm-hmm.
The president is on his way to Sierra Leone. What's happening in the country? The country, Center Street is so dirty. Even the guys that are there picking trash, beg Sylvester to the plate and say, we're begging you, don't show us is enough. Can you call that clip? We got a clip, I will send it to you, upload it. What was happening with the MCC city mayor? I mean, the mayor need help. Man, it's very, very dirty. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Nicotech, the foreign minister. We're going to talk about who lied to Jose Yima Boyka, who dragged the president, and who, I don't know. Listen, today is a beautiful Friday, Dan, but don't get me started. I'm not too well in a way, but I'm going to manage it. But yeah, Dan, we always say speed of recovery, man, but it's not helping. It's not helping. Where's that?
That ginger, lamb,
That's
garlic,
scam.
and me.
That's scam. That's scam. Ginger garlic and thing. That's scam.
Okay.
That one, you know what you get in that battle. You just make it brand looking to say that ginger and garlic.
Nothing but that.
You know what you get in that battle. But Dr. Richardson, how you look quiet so? Listen, you got red earring on. If Glennie is coming on the show for another big earring, we'll not allow her on. Today, Fatima is off. Fatima told me that she's off today. So thank God for that. She's off today. She's working late. Dr. Bopla will be here. Uncle Sam is coming on. We got Martin Cordy, the activist. He will be on. My brother Mame is coming on today. Whenever Mame coming, I'm happy because he can make Sidisha mad. But that we got Fidela Patrick, we got Asido. Hey, you know, did you see my girl in Grand Bassa today?
Yeah, that's why I'm quiet. I'm looking at this on screen.
Begging you, can you upload? I don't know what my girl trying to prove, but can you at least give us something from that clip, Damo? Did you see my girl in Grand Bassa today, Dr. Richardson?
That's what I'm looking at on Spoon page, and I'm like, what's going on? What in the world?
Everybody, I don't know what my girl thinking. I don't know whether my girl will be the next standard bearer for CDC. Did you see my girl in Grand? Maybe my girl will be the vice standard bearer to George Manawia. But did you see Senator McGill leaving? I mean, the reason why today we are seeing McGill and Sir Joseph doing these different donations. What's going on here with CDC? Is CDC operating differently now? They have turned to become a charity group that they are giving medication and giving. But did you see McGill today? Can somebody help me and tell me what's going on? Did you see Nathaniel Fallow McGill? I mean, Youngly should be concerned if McGill can go in her backyard where you get Western family. And the people came out like that. I mean, McGill started this thing during his election, right? For the senatorial seat, Dr. Richard said. And people were downplaying it. They were downplaying it. And McGill won by landslide. The man is going again to do the same thing. I am concerned. I know we have not started the show yet, Damo, but I am concerned. I don't think people should take this for a joke. Dr. Richardson, what did you see?
The people were shouting according to Spoon page. Our pa McGill sorry, our ma Youngly fooled us. That's what it was saying in the pictures. So I thought they was like maybe last year pictures I was looking at, but this happened today.
Here's the problem. I think McGill is taking advantage of the situation at hand, Dr. Richardson. The government performances, the government, 9 months that they are in problem and the problem increasing. I think McGill and other people that are very smart, they are calculating that, listen, while they are so weak, we should shine. And I hope Damo can get that thing ready for us to show it to the people. I was shocked. I thought people were going to storm McGill. I thought people were going to turn their back on McGill. I thought people were going to say, no, we don't need you. I thought people were going to say, listen, I'm not going up there. It's Nathaniel Fallow McGill. But you know what? He left Lower McGibby. He left, they would say lower and higher, right? Higher McGibby, middle McGibby, and he went into Youngly Kanga backyard. And the people came out.
I'm looking at it, Santa.
You see, Amos Sheriff, you said the people want money, my brother. But you remember was saying this about McGill, that the people want money, and they voted for McGill? You remember, Amos?
Yeah.
Something is happening.
I feel sorry for our people.
Why? Because they came out?
Yes.
That's what Rich is saying. I don't know whether I open the phone line, but I want us to do this thing because, okay, it's 9:07. Asata Kamara, welcome to the show. Where are you joining us from? Alimuna Fatri. Asata, you from Ghana's Bay. I'm from Ghana's Bay. It's good to see you, Johnny Spoon. Bill Carson, as always, my brother. And welcome to the show. Theophilus Jibo, welcome to you. Lorena Guitar. Lorena, where you joining us from? You in Liberia? Where in Liberia, Lorena? Police Blay Sion. Rufus Weedy. Joanne Tallow. J-Boy. James Cassidy. James Cassidy, what's up? Amos Kai. And again, Lorena, you gotta tell where you joining us from. Where in Liberia? Atrix Boyino Jalo. Kula Ibrahim Kroma. Neo Masakwe. Bogoli Jabate. Hey, greetings to Mike Jabate. He took a trip which was accident, and he's trying his best to do something. Salam alaikum, Mike Jabate. Greeting to you, my dear brother. Inshallah to you, Mike Jabate. Basa Governor Williams, Jerry, want to say greetings to Jerry. Emmanuel Logan, I think that's the name, a moving faster. I want to call your name, folks. Lofa Pekin, wherever you joining us from. Edwin Jala Bazi, Morgan Payne, Otis Gamade. We got another Gamade coming on the show, Gamade Clinton. He will be joining us today. Going, it's good to see you, Going. Totiba, Mirachi, Sako, wherever you're from, my brother. Bolo, it's good to see you. Musa Konate, Archibald Johnson, what's up? Zegzo Lamina, James Cassidy, I call your name already. Mohammed Masakwe, I call you Mohammed Masakwe. I hope you are not related to Mamadou Masakwe. He's a trouble, and I hope you're not related to him. Milo Maguki, Lloyd Courtney, Dizeto Guer, Sonny Osi, Dwadu Barry, Morris Gay. Morris Gay, it's good to see you. Clara Koju Manen, Eric McGill, May Carter, Jodu. Let me send a shout out to every one of you. Share the show. Go on Facebook right now and share the show. Every one of you got to share the show. You have to share the show. Batue, Terence Swain, Nafuede Nosion, James Samuka. It's good to see you, James. Yebo Harris. Again, I want to say to all of you, James Dennis, it's good to see you. Antonin Kayan. Anthony, what's up? Madias Salonki. Lovette Amani Kroma. BIGG Big. Tata Brown, Sadnana. T. Carvin, Today Junior Talk Show. Tatos Kitu. Thomas Quina. Mabu Momo. Peter Bobo. Dr. Richardson, you want to help me? Peter Brown is again. Lorena Zoa. Dr. Richardson, I understand you're from Brooklyn. Most of these names from Liberia, but try your best.
Funkate is from Philadelphia.
Is it only the American name people in America should call?
So,
go ahead, let's catch you.
Mr. Kenna is from Lufakante, Elua Kenna. Grand Crew Decides is watching. This thing is going so fast. So Clemens
going so fast.
Is from Kakata. You're watching. Robert T. Moore is also watching from Caldwell, Samukata. I know where that is. John Saturday is watching from Minnesota. Conan Yampa is watching from Massachusetts. James, oh my God. James Matalda is it's possible that I'm going to give the people what to say. Yankwe Malian is watching from Durham, North Carolina. Belinda Segon Yakon is watching from Pinsville. I think we want to just say welcome to the show. As Stanton said, please share the show, and usually say, Stanton, that if you're watching or if you're listening by way of radio, just turn up the radio and make sure that your neighbors and others around you are hearing. We'll just, come and listen. You'll get news that you have not heard anywhere else here on Spoon Talk.
Dr. Richardson, it's always good to see you. We always say thank to every one of you for joining us today. Share the show. Let's have fun. Dr. Richardson, I'm concerned. My get hit in the street. I'm concerned. You say, listen, Stanton, we are 2024, but my gate is going back to say thank you to somebody to contribute with Sosa Joseph hitting the street. medication here and there. Listen, these guys are operating on the other side of the aisle. We want to see what Unity Party people doing. But I want to say to all of you, join us, share the show. Let's have fun today. We're going to talk about the school. We're going to talk about the foreign ministry. We're going to talk about Neotech. Neotech said we're having the town hall today.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's what Richard said. I was disappointed. I was disappointed. I was so disappointed that I was looking for something to do. And I went to the Wawa 3 times today. Yeah. I was so mad that Richard said I was just pacing around, trying to figure out what to do. As I listened to the lady, she was talking. She was facing the other girl head. The girl asking question, unprofessionalism. You start facing your head to distract her from her question. When they ask her a question, the woman doing something different. If you ask a question, she say, go back there and go be. Listen, man, the whole thing is a damn scam. But a lot of questions remain. A lot of questions remain. How did we get here? And we'll discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll discuss it. I mean, it's shocking. But we have to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
What would President Biden do as he get ready to go to Sierra Leone? What would the president do? What's actually going on? I mean, have we lost our mind? You don't need anybody to help you to apply to America to go to school. You know that, right? That's what Richard said. You can get on your computer and find school and find scholarship and apply, and they will tell you the necessary requirement. You just do it. You don't need to pay a dime.
Correct.
From one lie to another lie, from one lie to another lie. Come on, guys. Come on, man. Dr. Richard saying, help me. I know this. I know it so well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then we'll move from there. I saw something today on Abdullah Kamar from LTA. People expressing disappointment in the president. Why the president stay keeping him there?
That's a good question.
People say, but Joseph Burger, what's happening with the president? He's still keeping Abdullah Kamara over there. What is he waiting for? But see what happened though. They say LCC got a findings, they investigated, and they fired the people from the executive mansion. You saw that report?
The pardon, yeah, it's all about
the pardon case. But you stay keeping Abdullah Kamara over there. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's going on? So one of the guys, I got his letter of dismissal. The reason why they fired him, I got his letter. I will put his letter up. The reason why the executive mansion said to fire him.
Oh.
Then I got Sidisha running and say, my brother and friend, you know what? Listen, I'm not going to say anything about the Joe Poto case because everybody texting me here and there. Listen, people made mistake and you will hear me, my position today on that case. But people say he got a diplomatic passport. We have investigated. I don't think so. The government have denied any app that Joe Poto got a diplomatic passport. We'll discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of stuff coming. So turn the volume. Your volume of the radio, turn it up. We'll talk a little bit about the House of Representatives saga, where they are, the intervention of ECOWAS, the family met the president.
I don't know, did you see this?
You saw what?
Did you see it? I mean, I saw that they're kicking him out of the hotel. I saw
what?
They're kicking him out of the hotel. I think someone put that
fake news, man. That's fake news.
Okay. All right.
They're not kicking him out of the hotel.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, that's fake news. How do we kick the people out of the hotel? The people that get the people $12.4 million. So that makes sense. So they can't kick them out of the hotel.
That's a good point, considering that I wasn't here yesterday, but I listened to the show briefly and I saw that you had made a connection between bailing out the bank.
I mean, the guy didn't like what I said, but that's true. I mean, they built the bank, or the bank is a owner also to that. So therefore, the guy is sleeping in there freely. Therefore they can tell us that they pay. They sure they receive. For that, my man, I talk to him every day. James go there, but they get a guy. The government built a whole bank out. So $12.4 million compared to 1 month they're going to stay in there when I even reach 500,000. So what's the big deal? You know what I'm saying, that Richard saying? What's the big deal?
I'm thinking about connections,
You're right. You're right. You're right, and that's how it is. So we will discuss all these things, and again, but Dr. Richardson, in the next few minutes, we'll be starting the show because everybody is going to the radio. They really want to know about this whole Nicotech. This thing, this name alone is like a name from the book of scam.
Nicodemus.
Aha, you see what you doing? It's like the name from the book of scam. This whole thing. It's so bad, you know. It's so bad. You know what actually hurting me in this thing that Richardson?
Mm-hmm. What hurting you?
That it dragged Jose Iman Puaka.
Yeah.
That Richard, I'm very serious. I don't know if anybody. The thing that pisses me off that they dragged the president to prove that we get something going. They drag the president, and just look at the president reading the paper, his hand shaking, and he thinking, "Is this true? Is this true? Is this true?" But he had to read the document.
But somebody must not like him.
I think some people try to set Joseph Waka up. But listen, you can't blame them though.
Well, it's either that or they're trying to make money. You know,
the main objective is to make money. You're right.
It's not
You're
so
right.
they're using him to make money.
I agree with you. You are quite correct. It's Joseph Waka. Joseph Waka is a way now to enrich yourself. You know, yeah, you can get your diplomatic passport and you go hustle out there. You can get your tattoo in government. You go look for your own and company and bring them, and you get your lifetime kickback because guess what? You get 5% for that company operating for life. Even if you leave government, you still get money.
That is there is not in the interest of Liberian people. Look at the poor. Every time you the poor people paying $238. You don't have to get $238 in Liberia.
But let's go to the question that they were asking, right? I want to play some of this. I want you guys to look at, because we'll be discussing Nicotech today. Yeah. We just wait a few minutes, but listen to what the president said. And this is very, 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 very bad for our country. It's disgraceful, right? It's so bad that everybody begin to think and say, but what's going on with our government? So that everybody listen to the president right now. Listen to what the president is saying. Reading from the document I was prepared, talking about this good idea. And you have other people sitting out there, Cyril Yanti, the foreign minister, the education minister, and all of them sitting there. And after that, guess what happened? You have the information minister, Jeremy Pierre, defending $25 million, and Jeremy Pierre attended school in America.
On this show, he said that, Stanton.
Yes, he did. And you're going to understand that.
We never even asked him. We didn't probe him. He just volunteered to us.
Well, so let's listen briefly. Let's listen to JMB.
Today I am pleased to announce that more than 250 Liberian students stand to benefit from Nicotech's local student loan program for African students. The scholarship program aligns seamlessly with our government's arrest agenda, soon to be direct agenda for inclusive development. We prioritize human capacity building and focuses on education, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which they call STEM. We recognize that Liberia's future success rests on the strength of our workforce.
Then what is it? What in that video that is shocking to you? Because you were off yesterday and we played the video. Let me give you the time because it's just you and I. So let me give you the time for you to speak to this. What in that video so shocking that the president of the Republic of Liberia is accepting and endorsing this fake scam program?
It's sad. That video makes me sad Because in as much as I did not vote for President Buckeye, in as much as we're on this show, you took side, I took my side, but I can see that President Buckeye wants Liberia to be a better country. He has said that repeatedly. He has the heart, to want education to be a focus in our country, because he knows that education is a key to development, not only our country, but the minds of the people. But then the people around him, and that's what saddens him, because most of the people who, if you talk about the minister of education, the minister of foreign affairs, these people, that they are American educated, they know how it works here. They know about I-20 form. Now, one of them can tell me that they don't know that you need an I-20 form that has to be substantiated and verified before coming to the United States, no matter what kind of scholarship you're on. But yet and still, they didn't brief, they didn't inform, they didn't tell the president, that this is what we have. Like I said earlier, it's almost like everybody want to get their little side kick. They want to get their little money on the side and not go through the process of working hard for it. It's like quick money. We want to make quick money. And so that's what I saw. I just saw that, he means well for Liberia. I truly believe that. I think the president means well for Liberia. I think his experience in Liberia, he doesn't want to wish that on the next generation. A Liberia where we had a broken down education system, a Liberia where we're not as exposed. But again, like I said, the people around him, all of those people have some kind of exposure. Like as you said when you started the show, this group of people, they know, they've been to America. You don't need anybody to come. You got to pay anybody any kind of extra money to give you I-20 form, a scholarship, or bank statement that is fraudulent. If you're paying somebody for a bank statement, that's fraudulent. Yes, go ahead, Stinson. That's what I have to add.
I'm listening to you, Dr. Richardson, but my thing is that, and you're quite correct, but sometimes you got to say, stop.
Yes.
You got to just do, you know what? Enough is enough. I know President Boyka means well. I know President Boyka can move heaven and earth for Liberia. But we need to see it. We need to feel it, right? The people need to see that you mean well. They need to start to accept and enjoy that you mean well. You cannot say I mean well and you got people around you creating this problem.
Correct.
I mean, because they work for you. They work for you. What have happened to our country this week? When the foreign minister came up and announced and said we got a $25 million loan, no collateral loan.
Correct.
For 250 Liberians.
Seeking a master's degree.
Seeking a master's degree.
In a STEM program.
And the information minister repeated what the foreign minister said.
Wow.
The whole country was shocked. Where did you get the loan from? Where's the document to the loan? But which school? Oh, no. It's not a school. It's a program through this person or through this company.
Mm-hmm.
People begin to dig. So let's listen to Sarah, the foreign minister. And we will walk our way step by step because Mountain Cody is coming on. And for us to take our time and enjoy the program today. And thank God that Richardson, you're not going to Bible study. I'm not going to Bible study. We will talk to God today. But we want the people to understand that this is Spoon Talk. Let's take it step by step. And let's see, what would President Bouakai do? They disgrace not only the president of the office of the presidency, this is bad for the country. And somebody got to be fired. Or the best option, somebody got to resign.
Yep, sacked.
And you cannot sell this in a real good country. You cannot sell this in a place that people will come and say, yes, we live in a better life. And then we will come to the town hall that was conducted today. And I said it yesterday. And Paul Kennedy said, but let them have the town hall, Uncle Sam. But I said, no, it will be a disaster. Dr. Richard said it will be bad for them to do town hall.
Yeah.
And exactly. Let's listen to Sarah. When the whole thing started, what did she say?
Is a work study program for its value at $25 million. It's a loan of $25 million, a grant of $625,000 that will be for 250 Liberian students aged 25 to 40 to go for a master's in the United States. It's a work study program. This program will allow for 1 year, maximum 2 of a program for a master's, and then a work element of 3 years. The loan component is for the students themselves. The loan will go towards the tuition, and a part of it for their upkeep, which will be going directly to them. The $625,000 grant will not be coming to us. It will be what the partners are using to provide the major services to the 250 awardees. That is their onboarding, their training, financial literacy, and others, because they will have to have bank accounts in the U.S. where the component of their loan that goes to their upkeep will be put into their bank accounts. This is a huge step for us as a country, and if all goes well with this first 250, we will be able to get another 250 for the September term. This will be, we're targeting the January term. It's very ambitious, but we believe we can do it.
Dr. Richardson.
Yeah.
Are you understanding what's going on here? That when we're talking about the loan component for student, it was the student. And I know that we ain't even going to touch anything yet. We're just talking something that you and myself, you know. But what is troubling here, Dr. Richardson? The foreign minister, Minister Sarah Besloyati, is giving a live press conference, speaking to the nation, and selling this program. There's no turning back now. She's selling the program. Now, everything Minister Sarah Besloyati said, compared to what was said today by Neotech, I want the Liberian people to decide who telling us the truth. And I think that Madam Sarah should come out and address this. But let me hear you from what she said, Dr. Richard saying. Well, what's your takeaway? She was selling a product. She was telling Liberians there's a hope somewhere. She was saying the people coming to redeem you, the people coming to make your life better. We got 25 million non-collateral loan. That was the catching point. And we only need 250 students. You will not pay a dime. Amen.
Stanton, this is so disappointing. And it saddens me that people, like the minister, that I would expect to know better, because this is somebody who spent significant amount of time in this country and was educated in this country. First of all, nobody gets $100,000 loan without any work history. Have you heard of that? Okay, so just to sell that idea and say, "Oh, we're going to give you $100,000 loan," and without any collateral, so that means you just be sitting down somewhere, and somebody where in America that somebody just can give you $100,000 loan just to get $20,000 loan. For people, it's difficult in this country. And then secondly, when you finish with school, People don't just hire you like that. They hire you, gotta go, they will leave the American citizens and then hire we who are immigrants based on what? It's a recruitment process. They don't just hire you like that. You have to go through a process, and if they like you, they will take you. But that's not a guarantee. So there's no guarantee that you'll be working, you have a job when you're done, or you'll be working for three. I don't care what STEM program you can come from. And this is bad timing. We just had a different in the United States. We having a isolative government right now, a government that is very nativist, that want only American people. Then you're telling us that you bring foreigners to take the American people job at this time? It's not adding up to me. Not adding up to me. And then they say, oh, it's a work study. The traditional meaning of work study program, you know what it means.
No, Dr. Richardson. No, from the beginning, it was a master degree program. Okay. It wasn't a work study.
But then that's why I wrote down here, work leave.
Yeah,
work
from the beginning, and we played the Jeremy Pierre clip. The reason why we're going to hold on to this story today, and Liberians need to hear this and be very, very clear. Enough is enough, Dr. Richardson.
Correct.
It's bad for our country. Work steady. Prep readiness. Those are all sweet words. Those are all sweet words, Dr. Richardson. Those are the things people will use, right? They will use it just to squeeze you out of something. Work steady. For work steady, you're going to get 100,000 for work steady.
No,
for work steady, you're going to come to the state for 5 years for work steady. I mean, are we stupid? No, we are not. No, we are not. Then you ask yourself, but who advised the president? Who all involved?
The $5,000 grant. I don't know where that one came into play, but I wrote 600.
Like, if you watch what happened today, now you begin to understand that Sarah made one of the worst mistakes. And I think her action have caused one of the terrible disgrace the president can ever talk about, because this has gone down in history. And you know what the woman said? We will give you a $236 back.
I heard that.
What a shame. Right there, you know, everything broke down. Right there, you know, everything was lie. Right there, you come to understand that it was so, man.
So the question that I have to them, were they lying to the Liberian people? Because now we are hearing them say, oh, we'll give you your money back. So if this was not going to be discussed by the panelists here and other agencies, other network, this was going to be unnoticed, go unnoticed.
Why do I get money back? You didn't see that it said it was non-refundable? It's in the document.
Oh, I didn't see that. So now,
no, Dr. Richardson, stop working plenty. Stop. You work too much.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Sorry.
They said it was not, and that's why we're going to take our time to discuss this issue.
Yes.
They said it was non-refundable. Let me find it. Yeah, I gotta find it.
Yeah. The 200. Yes,
the
I see. The
readiness package is a strictly non-refundable fee of $236.
Oh Lord, help me. Somebody was eating something.
No. We ain't there yet. We're gonna catch that person. Fidela Patrick, welcome to the show. Yeah, you just woke up. You just woke up. You're sleeping. We can see it. You want to regroup in your sleep, but welcome. Dr. Richardson. And today we get a clip. The woman said, "We get your money back." Immediately when the woman said, "We get," the thing that they put up and said not refundable, she just said, "Don't worry, we get your money back." That tell you it's a massive scam. It's criminality. I don't know why they even went to Liberia. Because I will pray and say, you don't do this. You don't add insult to injury. From there, I know we are about to start a show and get into Zigo, but our country is trouble. What would Joseph Boga do with Sarah Bessler? I don't know. But as you're gonna have Mame coming on, Martin Cody coming on, and the rest of the guys coming on, we are in a bad place right now. And we that supported Joseph Yemabuaka and continue to support him, we that say in everything he will make the big difference compared to Josh Manawia, we need to address this issue. Because our country is in trouble. That the foreign minister, Madam Sarah Baslo Yanti, she got to clean this mess up. I don't know whether the president will suspend her. We will open the phone line and ask the Liberian people. People have paid their money. People are going to the Susuma. People are going to the bank account. People are getting the money. They have paid the money. And you telling us, say, we must go online, on Zoom, for 2 hours, for 3 hours, to talk about how to write a letter. The one insulted the Liberian people. They say, you don't speak English well. We got to tell you what to use, what words to use. That's why you pin it to it. And we got that clip. Fandela, welcome to the show, my brother. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you, CEO. You are right. I slept a lot because last night I was up to 3 a.m. having series of meetings because of time difference. Yeah, I think your information is correct that I came from sleeping, I took cold shower. Yeah, and to the public, I want to say it's good to see you here. I see my dear big brother, God's Comma. It's good to welcome you here on this platform all the time. But CEO, for me, I don't feel sorry for those that pay their money and it's going to be non-refundable. I don't feel for them. It was good that they ate their money because we warned them. You know, many people, you will tell them this is wrong. They will come and deny. Every time, most of them, you tell them this thing is wrong. We were here on this platform. This is a scam. Before you apply for anything, research, try to do proper research. If you can't do research, listen to people. We came here, we discussed this thing. We said, take your time, don't proceed. Some people that night, they were applying. And you see where we are today. That money will have been used to do your little business, maybe your co-water business. And some of them, I guess, they might have credited because they see that this thing will benefit them. It's not everything that people say, oh, because it came from government more, so it's good. No. But the tendency of Liberians to listen to voices of reason, very difficult. So when they go and hit their faces on the wall, when they come back, is when they learn. That's the same thing people do during election. You will tell them to do, they will not listen. When it turns the different way now, then it becomes a problem. But what I can say is, I think the government did not do well for us. And I think it's just a confirmation of what I have always said. This is a typical, display of rascality. If we say this is a rascal mission, some of you get angry. But what is happening here is a complete rascality. And I think this government should be ashamed. The foreign minister should be dismissed. And let me tell you something. When this, madam, the foreign minister was appointed, there were no trace of any credible institution she graduated from. We presented an argument called Mame. Mame will tell you, Martin Colley and I, we enlightened the Senate, we enlightened the Liberian people that this woman, how can you get a bachelor degree in 4 months? It's not possible. Display all the documents and all the degrees are online. There's no way she sat down in classroom. And at the time they were talking about online degree, technology was not even effective. The same people came, we want to bring the government down. We are no more people. They lambasted at us. They say all kinds of things. So the woman is also going to the same scam program. Instead of bringing us STEM program, she brought us scam program. This is rascality. And when I say this is a rascal mission, CEO, this is the definition. Every day they keep confirming that this is a rascal mission. We are already poor. Many of these young people who should have benefited from so many programs. But many of you, what was on your mind Are you aware? You think U.S. Embassy will get 250 visa? The people can reject you, even if you are fully sponsored from U.S. institution. I know many persons, they got fully funded scholarship, boarding, feeling, pardon, everything. They went to the U.S. Embassy, they denied them visa. Then you will go with your loan, will give you visa. You better get up from here. You tell your foreign minister to take that thing and try to take it from the website. But now she's going to be dismissed. This is a woman who is running our foreign policy. She jeopardized the integrity of the country.
Thank you. So let's get. Thank you, Vandana. Let's get into it. We're going to start the show. Wherever you're joining us from, welcome to Spoon Talk. Please go ahead and share our program. We're going to play some videos. We have the videos. First of all, when we do this, we're going to open the phone line because we want everybody to understand that you are part of this show. Please be part of this show. What you saw today at the Neotech Town Hall meeting, we're going to discuss it. But before we do that, I want to take a little side step for us to talk about the city. I don't know whether we should do it now or we should just talk about Neotech since we have started, and we can talk about the city dirtiness later on. Any way which you guys like to go, that's fine.
Yeah, I think let's finish up with Neotech and then go into the city.
Yeah, because Martin Cody is coming on to discuss this. Dama, can you go to the phone line? Let's ask the people what they learned today from the Neotech. Martin, Dama, can you come on? Can we take some calls, please? Dama.
All right, in the back.
Yeah, you are off, Dama. Can you come on, please? Let's take some calls.
Yeah, sure. We're having some issues with the internet. That's why I'm trying to sort out.
All right, so we're going to take some calls from this end while you get ready, Dama. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, good evening. This is Daniel Davis, and I join you from China.
Daniel, talk to us. Daniel Davis, talk to us.
So, thank you, CEO, for having me on the line. So today, keenly listening to the meeting, that watched the video. You can tell vividly that these people are scammers. They don't mean well. In fact, the Ministry of Information or Foreign Affairs told us that it is a scholarship program. Later, they got to know by Neotech that the program is not a scholarship program. It is intended for a financial aid also. So I think both parties are giving a conflicting information regarding this program. And
thank you.
We believe that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
Oh, this is.
Can you?
That we're calling you from Maryland.
Yeah, but you gotta lower the volume of your radio, my friend. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Michael calling from Minnesota.
You gotta speak up though.
Yeah, my name is Michael calling from Minnesota. How you doing, Star?
Good. Talk to us real quick.
How you doing? Starter, get Neotech or scam. The government is all into it. The three ministries, the four. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Information, there's the presidential. All of them are part of this scheme. They should pay the poor money back because the people believe in the government. The government spoke to them. Even up to today, the press secretary, she still said that this is legitimate, is real.
Wow.
What would the president do? Nothing. Real government, that was supposed to be facing the Senate and answering questions for lying to the Liberian people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Answering questions. But what will he do?
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello.
Yeah, you gotta lower your volume of your radio, please.
I am not on a radio.
Okay, talk to us now. You are listening to your Facebook or something. Just listen, lower the volume, please, and talk to us. You live.
Is this Spoon Talk?
Yes, sir. This Spoon Talk.
Yeah, my name is James Harry, a former member of the 51st National Legislature.
Yes, sir.
I was so disappointed. I want to speak on the Neotech issue.
Yes, sir.
My nephew was the one who does the university just going graduation, one Mountain Harry. And I saw him in a gathering where the president was, pressing. And I saw the foreign minister talking all of these good things, only to come look at something, to listen to something today and to see something on a Facebook. It was greatly disappointed by our people. I was greatly disappointed. I speak to you at the age of 81 and living in North Fargo with a medical situation. But I was greatly disappointed of my country today.
Thank you. Sir, again, thank you for calling. Thank you very much. Yeah. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Washington Jr. I'm calling from the Sioux Empire.
Winston, talk to us.
Thank you, CEO. This is my first time calling the show, but I think it is shame for the government, for our government to be involved with such a scandal. So I hope that since you guys have the platform and have the voice and follow it, I want y'all, and I pray that y'all should be able to speak on this thing to make sure the government do the right thing. It's so shame for us. I want to work today. Come on, my friend, they saw me on Latvia. I mean, we'll say your government, man, your president, this and that. So, I mean, it's a sad day for the country, and I hope y'all continue to speak on the things until they can do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Let's take this one. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Excellency, let me CEO, thank you for the show. And I really want to say, what we saw today was a sad thing. What we saw today was sad. This woman keeps pushing this nonsense against our people. The idea that where's the Minister of Information? The Minister of Information that's supposed to stand up over there and portray and push this program. Where's the Minister of Education? Where's the Minister of Education supposed to lead this program instead of the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Isn't this sad? So we face with this kind of problem where the complete disaster, the president said every other money is a mistake. Every other money is a mistake. What kind of government we're running? How can a rescue team, the people with experience that was supposed to be running the country, how can we make such a mistake like that? It's sad. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm Jenga calling from Rhode Island.
Yep.
Yeah, look, man. Everybody just thinks that they are looking at Joe Buckeye, who seems to be a lame duck. That anybody can just come in and take what you want and leave without being penalized. I think this should be the first and the last time that our government ever elects someone as old as Joe Buckeye. Believe me, I'm completely disappointed.
Thank you for your call, A. Thank you for your call, Dama.
Yes, sir.
Dama, can you come on? We got to take calls from Liberia.
Yeah, we can take the calls from Liberia. I can be right here. I'm trying to minimize the data usage. We're having problem with the network. So I can take the calls and be in the back.
Okay, yeah. So let's take calls when you're ready, please.
I am, once you are.
All right, let me take this one and you can come in. Can you put the numbers up, please? Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
This is Montgomery, calling from Pennsylvania.
Montgomery, talk to us on this Neotech issue.
Thank you, Senator. I followed the show yesterday, and I was alarmed by the whole SCAN education program. We went to school here, like Dr. Francine was saying, like you were mentioning yesterday. If Minister Bester wants to have the kind of program for Liberians to benefit, there are schools here you can come to. You negotiate that. If you don't have the time, there are people here well educated, learn Liberia like some of us. Who can make that connection? You don't have to go to a third party, to come and establish it unless you have some personal interest. And this is really bad. This has made some disappointed who supported Joseph Buckeye.
We left from here, went there, vote, man pools, and all the kind of stuff. It's really disgraceful.
Thank you.
Shaming.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Dama, let me go to you. Let's take some calls from Liberia, then we can come back on the international line.
Sure. The numbers to call 0-777-1075, 0-555-101075. Those are the numbers to call. 0-777-1075, 0-555-101075. 1 minute per caller, please. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
You're live, sir. How are you? Please go ahead.
Thank you. So good for in Baje plenty. Damo, my issue has gone to the statement made by Koji about
we are talking about Neotech, please.
We're talking Neotech, Nana.
We're talking about Neotech school, please.
Yeah. Hello, you live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I don't want to call my name, but I went our report. I beg you, I want to speak with the CEO. Please give a normal to me. I beg you.
Dama, please get the man my number, please.
Yeah, 609. Chief, just text your number to the same number that you're calling on. After the program, I'll read the text because right now other calls are coming in and they will distract you from seeing your number. Just text.
Yeah, give me my number, Dama. Give me my number, 609-649-4206.
Please read it again.
609. Maybe he went off, right?
Yeah, he's listening.
609-649-4206.
Okay, so there you have it. Hello. You live? Please go ahead.
My name is Unita. I'm from FDA community.
Please be a bit audible for us, sir.
I said my name is Mojara. I come from FDA community. What I want to say is that government will not be 100%. Government will make some mistakes, and when they realize that they have made some mistakes, they will come back quickly to correct it. So I can listen to people say, "Oh, they are went there in Joe government." I don't want to Joe government. Joe will not be 100%, but he will do his best to correct all the mistakes that he is making. So nobody should kind of
Let's take this next person here. Hello. Hello, you live. Go ahead, please.
Is this one?
Yeah, this is Spoon. Please go ahead. Hello.
This is Miriam.
Yeah,
yeah. Dwalu said all the time if they want to help, they should people to clean the school. While the motels don't know anything good, even Darren, they want to know nothing. When they put her in a position, it's a shame for the government. So you will take your motels, spread the hammer there, so they can know the resident. Your motels, that woman, she know nothing.
Thank you, man. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Hello.
You live? Please go ahead.
IQ, balance, critical and credible news. Don't just talk now. Let us celebrate. Yeah. For accurate, balanced, credible, breaking news. Only keep to Spoon Talk. You get the best out of Spoon. For accurate, balanced, critical, newscasting, to Spoon Fabric, you get the information from there. Thank you, Spoon FM.
Thank you, Chief. Good night. And when you call, to do our regular jingle, we'll keep cutting it and keeping it. We'll start playing it very soon. But see, you have any more calls on Liberia before?
Just take two more because we are about to get right into this thing. Take two more, please.
All right. So let's take this person here. Hello.
Good evening.
Pleasant night to you. Live. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Pascal Davis from District 6. Well, I don't know what is a surprise when the Alululu bus was brought in country, yellow machine brought in country. Why is it that scholarships now also be free? So many days the appointment will come because this is how they came to government. They lied, they lied, they lied, and they lied. Today, the lies are catching up with them. Mind you, we got 5 more years to go. There will be more lies, there will be more stealing. Look, this government have got no time for us.
All right,
and the
sir.
reality
Thank you.
will set in. Sandon,
Thank you.
to say you have to bring them.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, man.
No, CEO, that 1 minute per caller now, he has made his point. I need to take the last caller, but just a chip in there. You know, he sounded like Isaac though. The same pitch, the same tune, the same everything.
But I ask. The lie.
Yeah.
But man, don't zoom on me, man. What, Dada Richardson left? I met Damaka on the show. Dada Richardson went in the back. She always leaving me on alone.
Yeah, he sounded just like Isaac though.
Yep. That was Isaac though 2.0. All right, but let's do this, Dama. Thank you very much. To those of you that called in, we will open the line again. We want to get into this conversation. Everything. Okay? Want you to understand, and I mean, just pause on the call a little bit. Want to get into this conversation. Vandela Patrick, you know, that Richardson can just leave me and bring me I alone, you know, that's okay. But we here, man. Can you imagine today, the 15th of November, we are talking about this thing in Liberia, this big of a scam? Can you imagine that the Richardson that we are talking about program, people came on and they yelled and say yes. The woman said, we are here to help y'all. The woman facing the get hair. The girl trying to ask a hard question. She turned to be a beautician. The other guy, and I remember the name, Benedict, stood up to ask questions. She said, go back there. She interrupted their questions. She tried to cover up. She said, but we forced to come here. Africa, she said, Africa get 54 countries. That's what she said. We forced to come here. She said, your government sent for us. The woman said, why you fighting among yourself? You're fighting among yourself. You're fighting. If the window closed, we're gone. We're not coming back. As if to say, Sarah Besler went up backing them and say, you'll come. Our people are dying. They need help. They say it was a master degree program, but now it's a prep readiness program. So what's the actual story? We heard Kula today saying the program is good program. I mean, must you talk, Dr. Richardson? Do you really think that it's okay to defend this government even anymore? Minister Jeremy Pierre is done. He cannot speak on this anymore. He cannot. But will you blame Minister Pierre too? Did he do his homework? Why Sarah Besler is not speaking? That's what you're saying. And I don't just send that grandson of yours to his mom or to his papa or somewhere else. But why you did it with him? Let me kind of offend that, Patrick. Where have we gone wrong, VP? Where have we gone wrong?
We went wrong from day one. Like I said, this country, many of us were very stubborn in this country. Very stubborn. So I don't feel for certain people anymore because we presented the facts. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has no trace. Her degrees are fraudulent. And for the fact that she benefited from scam schools to hijack the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we presented all the arguments. But what was even disgraceful and disheartening was the fact that during her confirmation, there were no hard questions. Most of the issues that we raised, nobody asked her. So she went away with it. What do you she get time for us? I'm only talking because we were raised by a set of values that make us to understand good from bad. I'm not talking tonight because other people were scammed. No, I'm not. So if people think that we're talking because you were scammed, no, I'm not part of that. Because you were one on this platform, we told you that this woman was incompetent. She has fraudulent degree. There's no trace. All schools online. One of the BSc degrees she had within 4 months. But here's the thing: even with all these testimonial evidence that people are bringing out, the press secretary is still insisting that this program is good. So look, sometimes it's good to accept that you make a mistake and work on them. Mistakes are not allowed to be made. But when they are made, they should be accepted and corrected. And you'll see people defending this government in the midst of all these discrepancies to exploit, to scam our people. And many of those who are defending, they are the ones that are facing severe poverty. They don't even see some of those people that they defend. And this is disheartening. The victims are the ones defending this thing. Hey, look, for me.
Yeah, but I will tell you though, Fadela, let me hold you there. Let me hold you there. The information, some of the minister, and I about to put one of the assistant minister puts up. And what she said is very, very concerning. One of the assistant minister posts. She said it's a scam from information ministry. She posted just 8 minutes something ago. She said it's a scam. She said nobody will put money inside. Don't give a damn. Dr. Richard saying before we bring Mountain on, are you surprised?
Yes. People who made this announcement, who were into informing and confusing people for joining Neotech, they went to school in this country. They've lived here before. So, to a certain extent, I expect them to know better. They should understand, they should at least know the challenges of what it's like to be an international student, that nobody gets a loan, $100,000 loan with no work history, no bank statement, nothing. Okay, that's the key. That's a telling fact right there. All right, and then when the lady said today, somebody asked, spoke about how they were happy that at least the government was informing them. And she said, no, the government is not involved. Well, if the government is not involved, then why is this being, pushed on us by our government? And I'm disappointed because the government is supposed to protect its citizens. At least, we're not in war situation from scams, from danger. You see, in other countries, developed country, they have units. The Commerce Department will let you know. In fact, when you go to Western Union, simple thing, there's signs all over Western Union: do not send money to the prison system. So they let you know on these up and coming scams. These scams. So I'm just surprised that these people will do this and include the president into it. But then again, it's a double-edged sword, big sword, because the president should be on top of these things. Mom. Why is the president not asking questions? Why is he not saying, you're telling me more about this loan?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show, Martin. It's always good to have you. It's always good to have you again. A tough time in Liberia today with this Neotech town hall all week. From last week, the announcement was made. People celebrated, and they were celebrating $25 million non-collateral loan for 250 students. The foreign ministry said it's the first batch, but this time next year they will be having another batch of 250 students. sold it to the Liberian people. People paid. But to our amazement and dismay, the story wasn't true. And here we are today talking about one of the biggest scams in the history of Liberia. One of the biggest. So, Martin, welcome to the show. It's good that you're joining us, Paul Kennedy. You follow the town hall today. We are still confused. Contrary to what Sarah said, what Jeremy said. I mean, welcome, Martin. It's good to have you, man. Let's talk.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. It is always my pleasure to be on the nation's premier and most monitored platform. Let me extend my greetings to Dr. Francis Chinwe Richardson. Hats off to my own brother, Comrade Revolutionary Vadalak Arrow Patricks. Let me extend my greetings to Uncle Paul. Uncle Paul, how are you? Greetings to all of our people.
Martin, I got to interrupt you. The RS stand for what? Regroup? But go ahead. Continue, please.
Well, that's my soccer name. It's called Rastafari.
CEO Ara in the alphabet stands for many things.
Okay, restructure. Ara is restructure.
It will be regroup.
On the show is Ara, but then I regroup Patrick. Go ahead, Martin.
It could be renamed.
No, I think I would prefer going with a regroup.
CEO, we could rename the STEM program to SCAM program. Nobody is good to be from STEM to SCAM. The simple letter was CEO from STEM to SCAM.
But so let me go into this because the people are waiting for us. Put all jokes aside. This is Liberia we are talking about. I want to play from Sarah when this whole thing started. And then I will play the president when he was invited to speak to this issue. And then we got a series of different clips from today, the town hall, from Sarah Beslow to the president, to Jeremy Pierre, the information minister, and what we saw today. And then we can make a case. Right. It's troubling for our country. So let's play Sarah Beslow, Yanti first, when she was selling this, the foreign minister, when she was selling this to the Liberian people. And yeah, I mean, not only the Liberian people, you're right, everybody home and abroad. So that
is a work study program for its value at $25 million. It's a loan of $25 million, a grant of $625,000. That will be for 250 Liberian students aged 25 to 40 to go for a master's in the United States. It's a work study program. This program will allow for 1 year, maximum 2 of a program for a master's, and then a work element of 3 years. The loan component is for the students themselves. The loan will go towards the tuition, and a part of it for their upkeep, which will be going directly to them. The $625,000 grant will not be coming to us. It will be what the partners are using to provide the major services to the 250 awardees. That is their onboarding, their training, financial literacy, and others, because they will have to have bank accounts in the U.S. where the component of their loan that goes to their upkeep will be put into their bank accounts. This is a huge step for us as a country, and if all goes well with this first 250, we will be able to get another 250 for the September term. This will be, we're targeting the January term. It's very ambitious, but we believe we can do it.
So let's address the foreign minister's statement setting the 625,000 grant, 25 million, 250 students. Martin, you've been posting a lot. You've been chasing this story. Like many other folks out there that have been digging, you've been digging deeper. So we give it to you. And all we can do here, we come up with our story, we run with it likewise. But together, we can help make Liberia better. What say you? Now, you have heard everything, seen everything. Dr. Richardson, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to, if in Martin's response, can you just talk about the bank account? It is my experience that you need to have a social security number in order to open a bank account in the United States. And I heard her say the students will have bank accounts. So can you include that in your?
Yeah, we want to do an overview. We want to
Dr.
do. We want Martin to do an overview. That's why we will ask questions here with Becky. Let him just do his overview because we have not heard from him, and about the entire thing. So Martin, you get 2 minutes. Tell us where are you. Then we'll come in with questions, and we will have a full conversation. Yeah, it's a conversation show. A lot of people stay concerned as to what would the government do right now, knowing that this whole thing is a scam. But where you give us the background. How did we get here, Martin? You want to unmute, Martin? You got to unmute.
Thank you, CEO, and thanks to all of our people listening. Greetings to all Liberians across the 15 political subdivisions of our country. I would like to premise my thoughts on the fact that this scam, Neotech Gate, that's how I would like to call it, Neotech Gate, is a national disgrace. It is a national disgrace because the scammers successfully defrauded and deceived 3 strategic and important ministries. Number 1, not even 3, but 4. 4 ministries were subjected to this deception and scam. Number 1, the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. Number 2, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Number 3, the Ministry of Education. Number 4, the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. How could we have allowed that, CEO? In a country of experienced people leading, how could we have allowed that? But it is not a surprise, CEO, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was used as an advertising agent. So they advertised this product, and the name of the product is called Stem of a Scam. Yeah. So if you have a Minister of Foreign Affairs who does not even understand how international scholarship programs work, the question I want to ask everyone on this panel, what does she understand then? If you cannot understand how these foreign scholarship programs work, the intricacies, the implications and complexities, what can you understand? Geopolitics? Intracontinental politics? Are you serious? Foreign policy construct? No, you don't understand as well, because this was brought in by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. The Minister of Education is even shocked. She later got to know that this is a scam. But here's the background of the scam. Now, this same Neotech was chased out of Sierra Leone. Are you aware of that? They went to Sierra Leone. And thank God Dr. Richardson asked for the bank account. Dr. Richardson, they also created a bank account in Sierra Leone. When the people later got to know that Neotech is a scam, they chased them out. Did you hear them name a single beneficiary? For example, to show on the screen, say, okay, since we've been having this program, this is the beneficiary. This person is at Arkansas University or at the University of Minnesota or at the University of this. Did you see them doing that, CEO? They didn't name one beneficiary because they don't have any to show. They went to Sierra Leone, Dr. Richardson, they created an account at Rokel Commercial Bank. All of their account details are available. I even share with the CEO. So their bank account number at Rokel Commercial Bank in Sierra Leone is 161776481. That's their bank's account number. Right. In Ghana, they have another account at Echo Bank Ghana Limited. And the account number is 344-100-138-6217. These were the two accounts they managed to have tricked a lot of Liberians with. These were the two accounts Liberians were using to deposit their meager resources after their government informed them, including the president, that this program was legitimate. Imagine. The reason why our people could not even ask, because the president himself became a marketing officer of this scam. So nobody wanted to ask the hard questions. In as much the president could announce himself to the republic that yes, indeed, we secured a 25 million scholarship loan. So nobody was willing to ask. Because you're talking about the president and CEO. That's the highest seat in the land. So it is expected that the highest seat in the land will do due diligence, background check, and thorough investigation. Because when the president speaks, that's a policy statement. So nobody expected this until we check. Imagine how we not check CEO, all of us, right? How we giving this scam of a scholarship program just 2 weeks. A lot of Liberians who have been victimized. Thousands of Liberians who have been victimized. Neotech are going to walk away with millions of dollars as a result of this extortion and exploitation. Who is responsible for this? The government we elected. When we elected President Bouaka, we signed a contract that President Bouaka, you are responsible for our existence and future. So we don't expect a government we elected to make us vulnerable to international fraud. This is an international fraud. This fraud is not even local. This is an international fraud. The government exposed all of us to international fraud. You're talking about 25 million scholarship loan, CEO. 25 million is no small money for you to ask me for 40,000 bank statement again. In the first place, if I have a 25 million scholarship, that scholarship is a guarantor or a guarantee of the financial position that I have. So you can't ask me for bank statement again when I already have 25 million scholarship, which is already a guarantee. That's the first red flag. The second red flag, go to the application of Neotech. You can just put any trash in. It produces any. In fact, it is a production of trash. Yesterday, I just tested it and put Samanguan. I just tested it and put Samanguan. How do you can call it? Samanguan.
Mama Labiro.
Yeah. And the trash was generated. No different from Gigo. The point I'm making, CEO, is people should be held liable for this. The reason why the government continues to be scammed is because President Bouaka is allowing these people to go with impunity. Every time a situation of this nature happens, nobody is held accountable. So another person will do it again. Why should we even pass through third party? CEO, we are a government. For example, we have authority. We are presiding over a country. We are presiding over a budget of almost 1 billion. Why do we need to pass through a woman in Ghana to provide scholarship for Liberians when we have the Ministry of Education and other education programs in the country? The same way they deal with the boss. Every time they pass through third party CEO, there's an interest. Somebody is trying to push a commercial interest. Why should we pass through a third party for yellow machine? Why should we pass through a third party for bus? Why should we pass through a third party for scholarship? The relationship between a third party and kickback is robust. The correlation is robust. Anytime you see people wanting to pass through third party when they could go direct to the company or to the university and pay 25 million or make an agreement of 25 million, then someone is having an interest. And the person who has an interest in this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because she brought this scam to the country. So I just want to learn on this because I see Dr. Richardson calling for time. President Bouaka needs to be decisive on this. The country is looking up to him again to take a decision. This same woman, right from the very beginning, the CACC raised a lamp about her credentials. President Bouaka did not listen. Because he did not listen, she brought another scam.
So Martin, let leave. We passed that level. I know you are referencing. Yeah. Let's talk about this because I want to come in with this one on the what Kula said today at the executive mansion press briefing. Listen, I don't know. Again, a lot of stuff is happening here. Let's play what Kula said, and then we can hear from everybody. Because either they are intentionally playing games around the president. Jeremy Pierre escaped this. He said he's not speaking on it anymore. So now it went to Kula. And this is what Kula is saying.
Section where they will tell it all about what this entire scholarship program is all about, whether or not it's a scam. But I can say it's not a scam. And for Liberia, in terms of asking for loans or having certain benchmark in your bank account or whatnot, those are very legitimate questions and legitimate concerns. But I can say the loan is not, or the program is not a scam. The program is legitimate and is for Liberians. And this is not just being implemented in Liberia. It's being implemented in other countries, and other students are participating. I'm told it's implemented in Malawi, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and other countries in the sub-region. And it's going to be important that journalists should go beyond just the social media hype to even engage with Neotech people, engage with the people at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But more so, this is not just Liberia only. There's a whole steering committee, including the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even members. I'm told there was a key meeting with the American Embassy because this is for students to study in the United States of America.
All right, so she's saying that I'm told, the last part of that they have engaged the American embassy. Now, everything Kula is saying, she say, I'm told. So no one there to verify anything. To come up to say, yes, we have verified. I'm told it's not only Liberia. I'm told it's with the American embassy. I'm told this is not a scam. I'm told, yes, we can be awarding students. So is this how they're selling this thing to the president? Let me hear you, Martin, and we can go around the block. We'll take our own time today. I think we are enough on the show. Let's make good of what we have and the time we have. Martin, you listen to the press secretary, to the president, and everything she said, I'm told. No auto verification.
So CEO, when the press secretary said, I'm told, she said that 3 times. Then I knew that she was spoon-fed. She was spoon-fed with the scam. It is unfortunate that a press secretary who not even check for herself. I'm sorry to say, but that's the fact. Even if you are told, who told you can check? People who are telling you they are not gods, probably they did not check as well. They were deceived. So as press secretary, you are also a gatekeeper, and not to just come and feed the public with trash. If you were told, check, investigate, do due diligence. Don't just come to the public, I'm told. That's not how a press secretary responds to journalists on very critical issues that has to do with national interest and security. You have to check first and be sure and not be told. There's a difference between being sure, CEO, and being told. The latter is a first pass in the context of logical fallacy. So what I have to say is the press secretary should not be told next time. She should know the facts. She should understand the facts and come to the public with the facts. The fact here is Neotech has no relationship. See, I was sending you the letters for the quote-unquote partner universities. They have disclaimed. They said they don't even know anything called Neotech. But the press secretary is there talking. She has been
She
told.
said, I'm told. So let's do this, Martin. Martin, you were off, my man. You took off from work today just to do the take your time. Let enjoy the program today. All right. So while Kula was speaking, and we'll play Kula clip again, she said, I'm told. Nothing about any verifying anything. This gentleman from the assistant minister at the information ministry, this is why he posted. Liberia should not invest one kobo in Neotech's scam program. No amount of face saving on this national disgrace will help the foreign minister. Although she owns up to this colossal embarrassment she has caused the government and the country, or we have to tell Liberians not to invest a damn in it. Please, fellow Liberians, do not pay 1 cent to Neotech to study in the United States. Neotech has no way, zero chance that you would get admitted into a U.S. graduate school, nor secure the loan, grant, or financial aid needed to study in the United States. Now, this is the assistant minister at the information ministry, Dr. Richardson, advising Liberians not to do it. You know why. But then, Kuda, the press secretary, saying, I'm told. So I'm told. But nobody is verifying anything. So Dr. Richardson, come on in this one. We're trying to lay something up here and we'll go deeper into this program because that's the only thing we're running with today. The next thing will be the trash on Center Street that actually causing a serious health situation in the country. Thank God we got the former Enfield, the physician assistant. When you talk about the environment and everything here, he will explain the massive situation that is about to happen in Liberia concerning that trash issue. Dr. Richardson, what say you on this? I'm told, and the advice from the information minister, the assistant minister, and where we are today. Where are you?
So the first thing I'm told is it's scary that people who we think are gatekeepers, people who are supposed to provide correct and accurate, appropriate information to the Liberian people to save this government from embarrassment, are not able to do simple things like checking. After I witnessed the press conference, I was, of course, I wanted this to be so true because I'm sick and tired of the embarrassment our country is going through right now. I'm just sick and tired of it. So I took up my own time and just, I work at a university, so I just Googled the admissions process. We all know, like something I already know, you need an I-20 form. And that I-20 form is the university's way of verifying that you have the funds to pay your way when you come to this country. And the funds that they're asking for is not just, you can't just put money into today, you withdraw it tomorrow. It got to be a stable line of a solid line of financial support. So I'm not understanding how if our press secretary, why couldn't check on these things. Okay, nobody gives anyone $100,000 without credit background in this great United States. And panelists, if you guys know someone, please let me know because I could use a few $100,000 that I could just get. You have to have a work history. You have to have some kind of good credit to get even $100,000. Now, I went back then I went back to Neotech's whatever changes that they have to the website. And then there's a line that they have there, and I put in the chat room that if you pay an extra $100, you could get a statement that's saying that you received a conditional loan. What university do we know in the United States that will do their due diligence, will give anybody entrance based on a conditional loan statement? Do you guys know of one? Because I have a few relatives, a few people in Liberia that I could bring on. a conditional statement.
So they pay for the conditional statement, and I want to play that video, but let's get the right, and you're right. They are 236 dollars says, right? What you said that Richard said, I didn't hear
The
you.
conditional statement I saw you pay $100 extra if you want a conditional statement to say that you have to borrow the loan.
Oh, okay. Martin, let's bring you in on this question because I think Dr. Richardson is right with that. Then we'll go to our brother from Data Patrick. When you make about the press statement today, just put everything together because we're cutting the clip to play it. But before we do that, let me give you the chance. The Assistant Minister of Information and Kula Fufana saying, I'm told. Where are you? One person is advising, said do not contribute. And Kula is double down on the issue and say, listen, this is not a scam.
So our brother at the MICAT, Matthew Yemplu, is more knowledgeable than Kula Fofana on these international processes because he studied here in Europe and in the United States of America, and he also helped some students to apply. I don't know about Kula, but I know about Yemplu. So the folks at MICAT have realized that it is a scam. That's why they are reacting the way they are reacting. Unlike Kula, who doesn't even know up to now, right? Kula were told directly by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, period, to say what she said, period. Look on the website or the Facebook page of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right now. They are still insisting that this fraud or this scam should persist. Are these people rational in the midst of documentary evidence, circumstantial evidence? Look at what the woman did today. Look at her language, her body language. Every time a journalist wants to ask a very hard question or a student wants to ask a very hard question, she will either disrupt you or start rubbing your head to distract you. Go to the video, CEO is there. Every
We're
time
uploading that. We're uploading that.
Yeah. If you watch the video, every time a very critical question was being asked, if you can even conclude, she will either rub your head or send you at the back or disrupt you. So this is known. But yes, the point, CEO, to conclude, because other speakers have to weigh in on this. The government has made a very terrible mistake. The people are already aware. You told us to pay 236 United States dollars, which was a refundable fee. How come today it is refundable? How come today it is refundable? You told us it is a 25 million scholarship loan. How come today it is no longer a 25 million scholarship loan, but a steady leave? So the contradictions are too many. The Ministry of Information is saying one thing, the press secretary is saying another thing, the Minister of Education is saying another thing, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is saying another thing. But the source of this problem, CEO, the source of this national disgrace is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But again, we'll wait to see what President Bouaka will do. The first scam happened, he did nothing. This is the second scam. If he doesn't do anything, then I will conclude definitely that his fight against corruption and malpractices in public services is another scam because he's romanticizing corruption. Corruption should be non-selective. It should be impartial. Everybody should be dealt with equally in the face of the law. But if you treat other people differently, then there's a problem.
Thank you.
Problem. In my opinion, by now, the lady at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the minister, to be specific, should be dismissed or suspended.
We will come to that, and I think that will be your recommendation as we conclude. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick. Vendetta Patrick, you are hearing from Kula Fufana. Kula Fufana saying she going all out and say she's hearing this, she's hearing that, she no verification. What say you?
I think Kula was placed there to take directives. That's why I want to see it. So when they tell her talk this, even when it is white, if we know that it's black, we will say it's white. But again, my attention is now on Kula. Kula is somebody that receive directives and deliver, whether it's good or bad. Her job is to receive it and delivers it. But like Martin said, I don't know, brother, some of you guys are staying high hope. But I said on this platform that the good intent of the rescue mission has been hijacked. And because it was hijacked, it has transitioned from rescue mission to Rasta mission. What you see today is Rasta. Our people are, like you said, from STEM to SCAM. My big question tonight is, why should Minister of Foreign Affairs be involved in educational matters? I think if this thing has good intent, the Minister of Education should have been consulted. It is imperative to state clearly that anything that has to do with education, I would have expected, for the sake of transparency, I would have expected the Minister of Foreign Affairs to contact the Minister of Education, National Commission on Higher Education, Liberian National Student Union, Federation of Liberian Youth, Minister of Information, and key stakeholders to sit down and really authenticate as to whether this program is good, whether it's going to benefit many Liberians, whether this will not be a scam. But I think someone is there benefiting. I'm on your website. I see here 236,000, 236 United States dollar non-refundable. And look, most Liberians, you know, and sometimes CEO, the problem we have in this country, people are just, you know, unique to supporting wrong thing. If you say this is wrong, as long as you are not part of them, it means you are against them. I am ashamed that this president was misled. You know, it's true. The president doesn't know everything. You misled the president. You don't expect the president to sit at the executive mansion to know everything that is happening. That's why you were entrusted with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do something that will be unique. Because some of us, we did not want you to go there because we felt you had a fraudulent degree, and I still hold, I believe, today. And what you brought to our people is just a confirmation that your degrees are fraudulent. But I'm only disappointed that some of those that are around the president, I think there was a mistake. And I think the rescue missionary should understand this. Many of them, I'm sure if key guys who really fought, they understood the rescue mission, had decided to stay with this president at the executive mansion and don't go looking for Director General, the other ministry, the other agency, President Bwaka will have done well. But he was left alone, surrounded by strangers. So this is a problem. These people hijacked the presidency because many of you left the president very vulnerable, went out to take big positions in different sectors. Some people needed to be this president. They didn't do it. So this president mission is hijacked. That's why you have Rasta mission to do. And I'm ashamed of my country that people who struggle to look for $236, they have been scammed. It's unfortunate.
Thank you. Thank you. Mama, welcome to the show. Before we go to Brother Kennedy, you're hearing everything, Mama. Make your case here tonight.
I mean, it's good to be back briefly, but I want to make my case on what the foreign minister said at the Ministry of Information. And now what Neotech is announcing. So let's go to the foreign minister's video. I think it's a 1-minute video. Let's play
a work study program.
This video?
Yeah, let's listen to what she said.
Is a work study program for its value at $25 million. It's a loan of $25 million, a grant of $625,000. That will be for 250 Liberian students aged 25 to 40 to go for a master's in the United States. It's a work study program. This program will allow for 1 year, maximum 2 of a program for a master's, and then a work element of 3 years. The loan component is for the students themselves. The loan will go towards the tuition, and a part of it for their upkeep, which will be going directly to them. the $625,000 grant will not be coming to us. It will be what the partners are using to provide the major services to the 250 awardees. That is their onboarding, their training, financial literacy, and others, because they will have to have bank accounts in the U.S. where the component of their loan that goes to their upkeep will be put into their bank accounts. This is a huge step for us as a country, and if all goes well with this first 250, we will be able to get another 250 for the September term. This will be, we're trying to do the January term. It's very ambitious, but we believe we can do it.
So, here are the misinformation that the minister provided to the country. Whether she did it intentionally or whether she did it unknowing to herself, I mean, it's up for the public to decide. But let me just point to them. One, the program is not a work study program. It's not a work study program. I benefited from work study program. To benefit from work study program, you must have been enrolled in the school. And when you are a foreign student, you must justify what they call economic hardship. When you are a foreign student in America, to work legally, I say to go do honorable work, to work on a work study, you must justify that there is an economic hardship on you that was brought on you without your knowledge. Then they can grant you the opportunity to work. Maybe you came to school, the person who sent you to school died. Or maybe you came to school, the institution that promised to pay your school fee said they're no longer paying your school fee. You can use that letter and communicate to the school about economic hardship, and then they put you through work study. So this program is not a work study program. The minister misled the country. The second issue, there is no loan. Neotech said each of the students, the average amount for them to go to school for the 2 years in America is 100,000 loan that they need to acquire. They said between 80 to 100,000 loan that they have to acquire. Take your calculator, Liberian people. Multiply 100,000 by 250 students. That's $25 million. That is the $25 million that she's referring to as loan. It is not a loan. That she's referring to as loan to the student. It is not a loan to the student. I wanted to make that clarification. The third clarification, she said there is a $625,000 grant that will be given to them to open bank account. That's lie. Here is it. When you apply, like the application Martin was talking about, when you participating in their first webinar, in their first workshop, they say, Neotech say, to participate in that particular workshop, the cost is $2,500 just to participate. So, because you Liberian student, when you participating, they waive the $2,500, so you don't need to pay it. Multiply 2,500 than 250 students, it will give you the 625,000. That is the 625,000 she's referring to as a grant. It is not a grant. Nowhere you can tell anybody to just participate in a webinar, they should pay 2,500. And because they're from Liberia, so you waive the 2,500. You're not waiving no money. The press secretary needs to be careful. I will encourage her to ask for the facts surrounding this issue. There is no loan that Liberian students will benefit from. There is no scholarship. There is no 25,000 grant that is supposed to benefit from. To go to America, the decision is made by the U.S. Embassy, not by no third party. To enroll into a university in America, the decision is made by the university, not by a third party. The last lie is when you graduate, you work for 3 years. And if you work for 3 years, you're making 80,000 on average, you'll be able to pay the loan back. That is Neotech saying it. Nobody get the authority to give you status and work in America besides the U.S. government. Nobody can do it for you. That is another lie. Somebody can help you fill in the form. Somebody can help you advise you, but they cannot make it like a guarantee that you will get a job after you graduate And therefore, you should take the loan. When you graduate, you'll be able to pay after 3 years. Our people need to be careful. This is my opening statement. I will speak to how this play into the Minister of Foreign Affairs. How she got caught into this. That would be my next comment. But the whole story about 25 million loan is a lie. The story about 625,000 grant is a lie. The story about job is not guaranteed. Nobody can give you job beside the U.S. government.
Wow. Paul, yesterday you said, let's wait. You told everybody, you said, nobody must say, wait. Let's wait a year, Nicotech. We waited. Here we are today, Paul. What say you?
I still say let's wait. And let me tell you why. So it is, let's establish some fight. And, you know, I agree with my brother Mohammed. I was on the phone with one of my friends who have been a visa counselor in one African country for 5 years. And then I asked that person whether it was possible for 250 students to be awarded F1 visa, because that would be the category of visa that the students will be coming on, F1. So I asked that person whether it is possible for the American embassy issue 250 students in a cohort F1 visa to come to the US to go to school. And the person tells me, Paul, visas are issued to individual based on individual case assessment basis. The person tells me the US government cannot collectively just give a blind shot visa to everyone. So there will be several things at play. The individuals will first of all get a I-120 from the school, the I-20 from each school. And that I-20 will speak to being selected by a particular university already in the United States. It is based on that processing that the university will give you the I-20, and then you will submit the I-20 to the embassy based on other documents that the embassy will be requesting you to give. And when all of those are met, before you can get your visa issuance. She said the US embassy does not issue blanket visa. It's not possible. So it will be on a case per case basis. And we made that argument here from day one. But now let me come back to certain things Mami talked about. Will a student with F1 visa have the ability to work in the US? Yes. You could work in the US for less than 16 hours a week. Let me emphasize it. 16 hours a week, because you are studying. They can't allow you to work 40 hours a week or 80 hours a week. You are restricted to how many hours a week you can work, and you can only work on campus. But then is it also possible that you can bring students to come through this kind of arrangement? Yes. I know it because I work at Howard, I taught there, and I have worked there with the International Admission Division. So if you went now to Howard, if the foreign minister, if Senator Paul Kennedy went to Howard and sat down there and said, Dr. Cabot or Dr. Frazi, one of them, I said, I want to bring 20 students from Bapolu. We'll set up a payment scheme where Bapolu will give you $1 million every 2 years for the students. And we went through that MOU. We signed it. I can actually bring students from Bapolu to come to Howard to study and graduate and go back. It is possible. So there's a lot of possibilities with this program. Now let's look at the fallacies. The fallacy is that, one of the fallacies is that there's a money sitting down somewhere that they're going to just take and give to the student to come. That's not true. Nicotech is currently trying to get arrangement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to give them that MOU to say, Nicotech, we have empowered you to go and look for schools in America that the students can attend. It is that paper, like a contract, that Nicotech will take to come to America to begin to look for schools that they can bring those students to. Nicotech has no binding arrangement right now with any school. If anybody told you Nicotech knows the list of schools that they are bringing the 250 students to, they will be telling you flat. Ask Nicotech. At this point in time, where students are paying already, give us the name of 15 schools that the 250 students will go to. Let Nicotech provide all the schools so we can begin to talk to those schools to see whether they even have this arrangement or MOU with Nicotech. Because they definitely will need an MOU with Nicotech before any student can get on the plane to come to the US. There are too many risks involved. When a student comes, they're going to need health insurance. They're going to need immigration passes and certificates. They're going to need a whole lot of process that will be going through the I-20 form before they can even come. So we need to figure out from Neotech how far they're going with that. So I'm saying wait, because today I heard Neotech said they were going to have a bigger interview with the schools, and the school are going to provide additional details to the students. So I will not just go to the neck to say it's all joke, it's all fallacy, because some of the things they are saying are possible from my understanding, my experience, my international exposure to international students coming to the US. So Stanton, again, I'll continue to say, let's wait. But first of all, the Ministry of Justice should be involved now to begin to talk to the Neotech CEO or whoever that lady is in there today to provide them additional support. And let me just say this before I stand. Sarah Beslow is a good person with good intentions for Liberia. I know Sarah Beslow personally. Sarah Beslow, from what I know, I've not talked to her. I'm in no link with her. I think she was deceived.
No. We'll come to that. That's our conclusion. When we come, we'll make our case.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I heard people saying, don't interrupt me, Vandana. Don't interrupt me. You're not a moderator yet. I heard people trying to castigate her. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is one of the best president in the country.
Paul, listen. Everybody, we have the final say whether she had a good intention or whether she was deceiving Liberian. We have to give our recommendation on the show because this is big. So let everybody keep that for last. Before we do the second round, I want us to go directly, and we'll start with Matthew on this one, with the Neotech press conference. Let's not get into them. Let's take it easy. Again, as I said, here we are discussing whether this was a scam. Now, we are talking about the loan portion of this whole thing. Let's listen to this lady from Neotech.
It's not a loan company. We are in a facilitative role, bringing partners together to help the youth of Africa. We have no responsibility to pay 80,000 for you. We have gone to speak to loan companies to allocate a certain amount of money, which is 25 million, for 250 Liberians, which is up to 100,000 per head. It doesn't mean that you will use it. Maybe you decide to go to one of the schools, it's maybe 20,000 is the course. All the courses are different. Like a school like Harvard, which is not on our list. If you don't have $100,000, you can't even think about Harvard. For the schools, they are very expensive, housing is expensive. So we have chosen schools that are like midway for you. So what you need to do is look at the partial scholarship that's available, do the application, and then you speak to Madam Rosemary, and then they do a pre-approval of loan for you. You fill the credentials, like this person here got 65,000, right?
Okay, what you just heard Martin talk to us, it is not a loan. They are in the middle. They're serving as middleman here. One side would go ahead, hustle for the loan, give it to mommy. And listen, I know my position here because I'm understanding this program and I know where this program going. Seriously, talk to us, Martin.
So you know, it's just unfortunate for Liberians, especially those who have already deposited. The government takes full responsibility if their funds are not restituted. But look at the body language of that lady. She wants to show a proof of someone who got 65,000. Then you carrying the paper to say, look at here, look. Will you force a proof on someone? Just be open to everybody. You don't need to go to an individual to say, look at here, look at here. In the first place, she's talking about partnering with companies. Did she name any company CEO? She didn't. Who are the partners? Who will look at you and just give you 25 million as a loan? Who? Look at the financial position of Neotech. Check their two accounts. Completely empty CEO. What do you have for somebody to give you 25 million as a loan? As a loan. People look at what you have, your financial position, your financial stability, or your solvency. They don't just give you money simply because your name is Neotech. But again, that lady in Ghana is a pastor, and our foreign minister is also a pastor. So it is a pastor to pastor relationship. That's how she was brought in from Ghana to Liberia. And this scheme was introduced to the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. But generally,
Martin, let me hold you there. Martin, hold on 1 minute. Martin, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, hold on. Let me hold you there. Because everybody from our country, Liberia, right? When you get the foreign minister herself, we'll take the first line. Let's be fair now. This woman says it's not alone. But let's go to the foreign minister and hear what the foreign minister say. We're going to go to Jeremy Pierre and hear what Jeremy Pierre said. The Kula saying, what the government and the people in Liberia agree, and they are setting this, that we have $25 million loan, sitting out somewhere, non-collateral. But then the Neotech person saying no. No. And then we got to get somewhere with this one. Let's play what Sarah said.
Is a work study program for its value at $25 million. It's a loan of $25 million. A grant.
I'm not going further. A value at $25 million. It's a loan of $25 million. A grant of $625,000. Let's listen to what this lady said.
It's not a loan company. We are in a facilitative role, bringing.
Are we confused here?
We got the whole thing, man. Somebody's trying to be an immediate.
Let's just talk about it. No, listen. This is what can piss me off. And then let's listen to what Kula said.
Section where they will tell it all about what this entire scholarship program is all about, whether or not it's a scam. But I can say it's not a scam.
What in the Kula will say it's not a scam? Martin, let's give you at least, don't talk nothing else. The $25 million loan from the foreign ministry. Now, you know what? Let's make it interesting. Let's go to Joseph Imabwaka and see what he said on this one.
Today I am pleased to announce that more than 250 Liberian students stand to benefit from the Neotech's no collateral student loan program.
Did somebody lie to the president? 250 Liberians ought to benefit from a loan program. Sarah Bessler said $25 million loan. Jeremy Pierre said $25 million loan. Now, where is Neotech? Neotech is in the country. Hey, go ahead, mommy.
I want you to pay keen attention to what the president said. He said non-collateral loan.
No collateral loan. So, yeah, he said, no, guys, come on. Let's wake up here. But the Neotech owner, the pastor, the woman that came to Liberia to say, no, don't tell me to stop. Let's go to her. Let's see what she said on this loan.
It's not a loan company. We are in a facilitative role, bringing partners together to help.
Hey, Martin, don't say nothing else. Talk to me.
So CEO, here's the point, right? There are two participants doing every loan transaction. You have the lender and you have the borrower. Neotech is the lender, quote unquote. Our government is the borrower. Because obviously, if assuming but not admitting that there's a loan, we will pay back along with interest. They just say non-collateral, but non-collateral loan does not mean interest-free. We have to be very careful here. Right. It simply means you are not.
I just want to go to the point because we got to run with this, Martin. What you heard from the 3-4 different clips I just played, do we have a loan yet?
We don't have a loan. And this is why the Assistant Minister of Information has already backed down or backpedaled on what they are claiming as a loan. He says it's a national disgrace. And I agree with Matthew Yemplu. He's been very bold and open.
We will be calling Mr. Yemplu on the show. Dr. Richardson, what say you? This clip we just played, loan or no loan? What say you, Dr. Richardson?
It's not a loan. As Martin started off, he said there are 4. Imagine 4 ministries involved. And they're still giving Liberians inconsistent information. And it bothers me because this is the people that Liberians are relying on. Before you even work in this country as a student or foreign student, you need a work permit. And that work permit is given by the United States government that you have to apply for all the time. So I don't know how they would call this even a work study, work program, or how
So
they
it's not a loan. It's not a loan.
loan.
Mommy, I mean, what say you with the full different? Even the president is endorsing it as a loan. What say you?
It's an embarrassment to the president. The president of the country will not know everything. He will not be involved in everything. What you saw the president reading was what they wrote and gave him to read, which is a normal thing. The president will not be involved. But the president was misled into reading to his people that there is a 25 million loan for 250 Liberian students to benefit from and go to America through Neotech. It tells you how vulnerable the presidency is to misinformation. It tells you the risk at which the presidency sits on misinformation. The foreign minister, I mean, whether she like it or not, this is not something to grandstand. This is where you show leadership. This is where you come and say, we did not understand it initially, and that's the reason why we made the statements we made. Now that we understand it, these are the new information. If you even check, there may not even be a MOU or agreement between the government of Liberia.
So we will come there. We'll come there. Mommy, everybody joining us, welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's make this interesting. We will come there. It's good to have Sis Glennie. It's good to have Acid Doe. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you before we go to Federa Patrick. Loan or no loan? What are you saying here? What are you hearing?
The thing is simple, no loan. Neotech is planning to do what me and Mame can do. Me and Mame can go look for school here and solidify a space to bring students into that school and then come to Liberian government to give us the permission to get money from somewhere to bring the students. That's exactly what Neotech is doing. Neotech is trying to use the Liberian government money to say, listen, you give them the authority to go raise money to bring your students to school. Now, the fact that they've not gotten MOU with a particular schools and started allowing students to pay money already, that is my concern. The fact that they've not been able to actually articulate all of the details of this scholarship program or loan program or work study program, whatever nomenclature they are calling it, they need to sit down to create a complete detail and present that to the Liberian government on how they're going to go about. I still say, and I still think that there are possibilities for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to be able to understand what's happening. Somebody lied to her. She needs to begin to find out from that somebody who was lied to her to get a whole detail on the nature of this program before it's going forward. Because every day they allow it to go further, it's going to create more dent into the process. There is no loan center. Neotech is trying to be a middleman to go to look for opportunity to bring Liberian students to, and to got to create that facade or that demonstration you saw them doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's bring in Federa Patrick, Glennie, and Acid Doe. Then we'll have to go back to Martin, who have new development on this whole little thing. We will call Minister Yemplo that posted that thing and say it was a scam from the information ministry. Again, Federa Patrick, loan or no loan?
No loan. CEO, when the Minister of Information appeared here, he was the first to announce this thing. And I quickly said that this is a scam. With no, because I knew what he was saying was wrong. Initially, he was saying, oh, yeah, it's a good thing, but we knew that this was wrong. Today has become a reality. Look, Liberians need to sit. This is now West Africa, where you take 250 students, you carry them to Guinea, even in the daytime, because you don't need visa to enter Guinea. You are talking about America. Even if you get fully funded scholarship from the very U.S. government, you go there at the embassy, they will deny you visa. Then you bring your Yama Neotech thing, you say you will go to U.S. embassy. For some of you who already pay your money, you will not get it back. You will learn lesson. Next time, you will investigate properly. The reason why many of us, we are victims is because you don't investigate. We adore leaders in this country. And people who come in defense of these individuals, they are the direct victims. The idea of idolizing leadership, leaders, whether they are corrupt, this is where they can just scam us. Do you know how many persons are falling victims of this? It's wrong. There's no loan. Secondly, the mama said, some are always school in the US. They talk about scholarship. Scholarship is for scholars, not for funds. No. You go on their website, you see what is written there, you scared. How can you be applying for scholarship? Then you don't even go on an institutional website to read more about that. Do due diligence.
Thank you. Glenda, welcome to the show. You going to begin and where you met us. We are talking about this thing. You listen to those videos, full different from the president to the foreign minister to Jeremy Pierre, Kula Fofana, all of them agree that loan. The woman that own her school and own her program can say no, that ain't loan. What say you?
So hello everybody, it's good to be here. I was even listening when I was driving, and it's very perplexing. It's sad. It is so sad. But what's even more sad is, of all the things we've been hearing, to hear Kula Fofana come today to defend it, it's even worse for me. And I respect her as an individual, as an eloquent woman. I just am so disappointed that they will come, the government of Liberia, to Kula Fofana, or the president representing the president of Liberia, will come today, despite all of the things that have come up, all of the stories that's trending, even listening to the lady today, to come and still say that this is not a scam. It's alarming. Because it's like when and then I heard Kula saying, you all touch about it, where she was saying that somebody said that people should not do journalism just on Facebook. They should go and seek more information. That burden is also on her as the press secretary representing Joseph Boyka. Before you come and you speak, whatever you say, we're listening to you. You also need to do due diligence, Madam Press Secretary. And
it's complete nonsense. You're right. It's complete nonsense.
Yes.
Complete.
Why are you holding people who's hearing story from you? Why are you holding us or other people responsible for spreading this on Facebook when you who coming to us and giving the news, the responsible news agent, as you are the journalist representing the president, and you're not doing due diligence? That's sad. And even Jeremy McPierre, where is it that he's not validating this information and he's coming and he's saying these things? It's so sad. And like you said, when you show the last thing with President Boyka, how many more things people will have to do in this government for him to understand that this is an embarrassment to him as the president of this country? It's an embarrassment. The person not even getting that paper to read. The person said making a fool out of him. It's sad that we continue to hear this thing. And just to I think Paul or VB's point, you don't need to go through an agent in Ghana to come to school in America if you need a scholarship. People have relatives. People can go online and get scholarship. You don't need that. So when they're saying this, why you got to go to is somebody who is the real collateral, that's benefiting from this deal here. That's why they have to go to a third party to be able to get students to come to the States. Some of these things is like, what else should happen to this government? And so when people are comparing this government that we have now to that of President Weah, they're right. Because the things that we're seeing now, President Weah, yes, they were in government. They pocket stuff for themselves. They were beneficial. Now the Liberian populace is suffering from what Joseph Boyka government is doing. And
so you agree that there's no loan. I'm going to bring in Assistant Minister Matthew Nyamplu. Again, Mame and Martin called for him. He posted something and said it was a scam. Minister, welcome to the show. How you doing today?
Please, then I'll prefer you to refer to me as Matthew Yamplo.
My man, I you get tattoo. Matthew, go ahead. Welcome to the show, Matthew.
Yes. So, because I have to be very cautious, I'm not speaking in my role as assistant minister. I want to, sign that disclaimer. I am speaking as Matthew Yamplo,
Thank you,
who is a Liberian citizen, who has studied abroad, has vast experience in studying abroad, who lived in the United States, who studied in the United States and has experience about these things. And I feel the obligation to tell our people not to fall to this scam. Liberians should not pay 1 cent to Neotech for whatever thing that they say they're going to call work study. So just address me as Matthew Yamplo.
Matthew, let's talk. And I like that, Matthew. Matthew Mark Blue John, you're one of the apostle. I like that, Matthew. But seriously though, your post is trending, and you heard what Kula said, the press secretary. She said, "Well, this is not a scam." You as a person,
I didn't follow her.
I mean, we play on the show. I mean, we can play again, but you're taking this position as to what, Matthew? Talk to Liberians, home and abroad, people that have paid the money. Folks that are thinking about paying the money, talk to us.
So there are a couple of things. For people who have paid their money, well, I wish them good luck in the process. Because as far as my experience shows, there is no guarantee that any third party can influence admission decisions by colleges in the United States of America. There's no guarantee that one third party like Neotech is trying to present themselves to say that, oh, we'll support you to apply and you're going to get admission at a college or graduate school in the United States. There's no guarantee. So I wish them good luck in the process. It's a lucky ticket, but maybe the chance is like 20-80. So maybe the chance that you get admitted is like, if they support you, like 20%. You could get admitted at your chance is 20%, and 80% that you could not get admitted. So, but the point the message I want to send to the country is we should not put faith in that, because Neotech would not represent it's not a game changer for admission to graduate school in the United States. If anybody wants to go to graduate school, because they're saying this is master. So if anybody wants to go to graduate school in the United States, you just need to go to the...
Okay, I think
you have to pay money.
We are losing you, Matthew. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead. So you calling this, Matthew, let's get to the main point here. Why are you calling this a scam?
It is a scam because they're taking money from students. And they are not the admission committee of any school that those students to. So Neotech is not making admission decision. They said they are supporting students to apply to graduate school in the United States. And this is a contradiction from what the foreign minister announced at the Nika press briefing. She said the government had secured a $25 million loan work study program for she was there definite. There are 250 Liberian students who will have the opportunity to go to the United States and study for a minimum of 1 year, maximum of 2 years, and have the opportunity to work for 3 years. I was at that press conference. I work at ECAT. I'm Assistant Minister for Information Service. We organized a press conference. And on the day that the foreign minister decided to appear at a press conference on November 5th, she was not part of the schedule. She interrupted the schedule. And I have to say that this is classified information. And I have to also say that because the Liberian people are listening. I've been receiving messages from my senior people at the Ministry of Information and, telling me that, oh, this post I wrote could get me dismissed and all of that. But I assure my minister that I have no fear. So I want the Liberian people to know that if I get dismissed because I'm telling Liberian not to pay one time to Neotech, that's fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Wow. I came to the government very prepared. I did not come to bootleg or pressing anybody to stay in the job. If anybody goes to the president to say that because of what I said, I'm trying to say the truth and I should be dismissed, I'm very prepared for that. I just told my minister just now that I will leave in good conscience if I'll be dismissed because of what I say.
Did the minister call you?
Yes, my minister wrote me messages, and I will say that. I will say that Jerry Pia is my big brother. But on this point, I disagree with him because I have to say the truth.
He asked you not to come on Spoon?
No, he didn't ask me not to come on Spoon. He said the post I wrote could get me dismissed. And my reply, I told him, I said, Minister, I will go in good conscience.
Wow.
And the people, yes, the people who know me for Unity Party when I was a journalist at Prime FM, and we campaigned to prevent George Floyd from coming to power, I did that in good conscience. Everything I do for the country, I do it in good conscience. So whatever I was going to say on your show, I was doing that in good conscience. So tomorrow, maybe I'm not going to have a job. But this is the point. The foreign minister, Mika press briefing, and said that the government of Liberia has secured a $20 million work-study program for Liberia, 250 Liberians, to go to the United States from January. The first intake, first 250 students will be going in January, and the second possibly will be going in September. That was the foreign minister. You need to go to the Mika press briefing on November 5th and listen to what the foreign minister said. So if they come back and say that Neotech has so the nomenclature that they give this, and Neotech continue to give this, they say work study. That is misleading. It's erroneous. Work study program is federally funded. If anybody has studied in the United States, you will know that a work study program is federally funded by the federal government. And for students who are needed, you need to work and pay your school fee at the same time. So they will give you time to work, because there is a cap on the amount of hours that students who are working, the amount of hours that they can put into work. So there's a cap on it. You need to research it. So if they extend your hours, the amount of hours that you can work and go to school, then that you have an exception. So you are not a regular student who's doing part-time job and pursuing your graduate school. You understand? So when they remove that limitation for you, you have to put in extended hours and study at the same time. So that's a work study. And you can apply for work study through what we call FAFSA. FAFSA is Federal Assistance for Student Aid. At FAFSA, you can check that anybody who has done admission. So for Neotech and the foreign minister to continue to call this Neotech program a work study program, that's misleading. It is not work study. That's what I want to say. It's not work study. This is not work study. This is a regular F1 graduate school program. Regular F1. F1 is the student visa. And F1 is academic or a language exchange program. You need to go look at the category of U.S. visa and look at F1. F1 is the academic of language training. So when you apply to an academic program that you're pursuing a degree in the United States, at minimum 1 year or the maximum or 2 years, and when you are
so hold on. I know you are not leaving us, Matthew. You are not leaving us, Diamond. Can you please put Matthew's name under the thread? People are asking who's speaking. If you are there, Diamond, please. He's on the line. Matthew, hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in the team again. Hang on with us, please. Martin, I'm shocked that even his posts have caught attention of government official, saying probably he may not have a job, or this will get him fired. But everything he's saying.
I agree with that. I received that message. I agree with that. And I said I will go in good conscience. I agree with that. I will go in good conscience.
Let me hold you right there. Martin Cordy, Martin Cordy, yes. Talk to us. What are you hearing about this thing? And we're bringing Acid though, because we're bringing in here to serve as the guest for tonight. But talk to us, Martin. It's shocking. What are you hearing from Matthew tonight? That this rescue government is going after its own because of the scam that we are talking about.
You know, I just want to appreciate
Martin, we are having internet problem with you. We are having internet problem with you, Martin. I'm going to bring in guys. Let mute because we get the bad feedback.
I don't have long time to be online, Stanton. You gotta ask me the questions you want me to ask. Let me provide the information.
Okay,
leave the line.
Martin, your internet is giving problem. You want to go out and come back in if you can hear us. Let me just ask the question to our brother Matthew, because again, he doesn't have enough time. Dr. Richardson, do you have a question? Dr. Richardson left also. Do you have a question? Do you have a question for Matthew? Let's be quick. One question each.
My question is, do you think that this involve money exchange. This is a payback, a kickback type situation.
No, I'm not going to make those allegations. I'm just saying that Liberians should not pay $210 for any kind of what Nicotech is calling work study. And the fact that the foreign minister is continuing, I need to say this, what incensed me tonight to write my post is the fact that the foreign ministry, of all the intelligence that we're giving them to the proper sources, to say that this is not as the minister announced it, they're continuing to say that what we're saying is misinformation. So this is why I decided to flesh out in my post. If you're interested, go and read everything I posted. What incensed me is the fact that the foreign ministry is continuing to cover up the disgrace, national disgrace to our country. That's what the foreign ministry is doing.
Thank you. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, do you have a question?
Yeah, so my question to Matthew. Mr. Matthew, yeah, in his capacity. Let me first of all thank him. There are not many of us who are brave enough to have an independent opinion in Liberia because of how the society is crafted. But the question I'll be asking him is, before the foreign minister came to the Mika briefing, did the Minister of Information say anything in the corridors of power there to the leadership about this program? Because he came here on phone and emphatically said it was a loan. Did he come to you all to provide the status of the program the foreign minister was coming to talk about?
No, I don't have that information. If the minister had prior briefing, I'm not aware of that. But what I can tell you is that what I'm telling you and what I wrote on my Facebook post is that I'm just not saying it to the public. I wrote a briefing on this Nicotech program and submitted that briefing to our minister. And I told him to communicate to the foreign minister that what she communicated was fundamentally different from what Nicotech was telling the people. As a matter of fact, I got one student who was an applicant that sat in on what Nicotech called the prep school. The prep school that they're saying is just to attend the webinar is $2,500. And Liberians who were attending that webinar already got a scholarship of $2,500. So $2,500 thousand. It is that 625,000 that the foreign minister said was a grant component of the $25 million loan.
Thank you.
This is what the foreign. So there was not $625,000 in cash given to anybody for what the foreign minister called, for their settle in. And they continue to write it. If you go to the post that the foreign minister just wrote, that they say the 625,000 is for people settling in and to help them to get bank account and all that. The 2,500 that voucher that these students received that the Nicotech is saying just to attend their prep school webinar, that was $2,500 US dollars.
Let me bring in Martin saying he came back. Thank you, Matthew. 1 minute. We're bringing Fandela Patrick after Martin, Glennie, Asido, and the rest of the team. Martin, do you have a question for Matthew? Yeah, you were speaking, but your internet interrupted you. Talk to us.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, CEO. I would like to appreciate Comrade Yemplu. He spoke very well, even though not in his, but he spoke the truth. During these times, CEO, you get to know the difference between bootlicking and bravery. The latter is where Matthew belongs. Matthew couldn't have said it any better. From the very initial stage, we clearly stated with documentary evidence that this program was and it still remains a scam. The first thing is, how can you talk about 25 million loan? We have the legislature sitting there. The law is very clear on how loan transactions are done.
Martin, Matthew said he got limited time. If you have questions, because I want to take him off the phone.
So let me just ask Yemplu this question. Brother Yemplu, if the president were to ask you, what action can he take at the moment due to this national disgrace as he described. What can you say to him boldly, as bold as you are? What can you recommend to the president?
Martin, I wrote that clearly in my post. The president has to. First of all, the foreign minister has to be repentant. That's what I wrote in my post. If somebody misled her to brought this to the country, she has to be repentant to say that, oh, apparently I didn't do due diligence. I apologize, my people. This is not what I thought this was, and we have to move forward. Liberians, please, do not pay $236 to a U.S. university. They cannot guarantee you the USA visa. The foreign minister has to own up to that. This is a terrible mistake, and she has to own up to that. If she owns up to it and start to save face, then the president can pardon her. But if she continues on the path that she is doing and writing all kinds of things and saying that we who are raising skepticism about this program, we are the ones spreading information, then the president has to launch an investigation. We'll go forward to the committee and we'll challenge the fact that Neotech is providing, and then we'll president, if we prove the foreign minister wrong, the president can dismiss her or suspend her. But we are ready. We have all the facts. We have all the facts to prove to the president that this is not a work-study program. And Liberians do not need to pay $236 to any Neotech if they want to get admission to a graduate school in the United States. That will not guarantee them the admission. It will not guarantee them a US visa. That is a fact. Nobody can challenge that. That's what I have to say.
Fandel Patrick.
So let me comment, Mr. Nyemplo. This young man really fought to bring JNB to power. He's a strong supporter of the United Party. I think at one point we were not talking for some time, but I love his bravery. When I was schooling in the US, he was also there on these kind of programs from Europe to America. And Marvin, let me use this time to say congratulations. But I listened to you when you mentioned that when this information came, you wrote a communication, maybe a detailed explanation about Neotech, submitted it to your minister, cautioning him to communicate with the Minister of Foreign Affairs to desist from spreading false information. Well, was it in less than 10 days? Maybe
I'm sorry, he went off. So, yeah, and that's why he was saying we should.
Okay,
maybe he will come back. Go make your statement.
Make my statement. CEO, let me say this to everyone that is listening, specifically the Minister of Information, Honorable Jeremy Mepia. The text sent to this young man who is trying to save face the government to stop this president from being embarrassed. I think it has to be reconsidered. We need people. This young man, he's saving the face of this country. Don't see or come here to criticize this president. We want him to succeed. Everyone is saying this is wrong. And I think the best we can do, as he has proposed, for the president to commission an audit of this entire scam, to investigate and come out with findings to see whether the Minister of Foreign Affairs is saying the right thing or whether we are also saying the right thing. This is the only way this country will go further. But these are the people at the Ministry of Information. They are the ones communicating the values, the position of the government, the achievements. They cannot be made to speak against their consciences. This man, as an assistant minister, you will not allow him to say things that are not right. The best platform is to communicate to you, Mr. President, that launch an investigation. And I think his recommendation should be taken in good faith rather than using the usual method where people say, oh, Mr. President, let him go, let him go. Mr. Nyemplo, for you, I think he has made a recommendation to investigate. This is the only way we'll know who is saying the truth or who is not saying the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asado, let's hear you. We still got Matthew is back. He's going to listen to everybody, then he will close because we got to move on with the show. But Minister Doe, talk to us, sir.
I know why you jumping over me. Oh.
No, we should have gone to do a long time.
So then you asked me to please go to do. Don't judge your woman when you're coming for another man.
Glenny, stop. Glenny, please, I'm begging you, please.
I'm begging you too. You see me here, you're supposed to don't cut me off.
You have spoken, I didn't speak, okay?
But then you usually say that to people.
No, I will not say that to you. I will go to order, I think, faith, please. Though, please go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I'm not seeing a bravery into such funny things. If you can see, I'm so weak because every time we come, we talk about a government that is so inept and so very incompetent that it is disturbing. I heard somebody wanted to compare governments. I don't think anyone should be making that grave mistakes to compare government from anywhere. You know, Stanton, you were asking question of the issue. I don't have questions for the brother. I'm looking at UP fighting UP causing UP said, I want to Kentucky. Mahena is at that one. But this is the thing here. You know, all of us have gone to school. If not in America, it will be in Liberia, it will be in China. Nobody gets a scholarship without first getting an admission from an institution that you will use for the scholarship. Nobody just give. It's not an empty scholarship, say, just there, just come for it. They will first tell you, get an admission from the institution, and then you come to, you know, all the scholarship on earth. So again, I don't want to waste my energy. This is a scam, and I just don't want us to limit it to this scam. The entire government is a scam. The entire government. Everything we have been seeing has been scammed. This is not just about this school business. Tomorrow, another scam will come. Next week, another scam will come. The entire government is a scam. We can't be wasting our breath on something that we know is a scam. Very, very not too far from now, they were doing some kind of investigation on payment for SOEs. Up to today, that has gone into the dustbin of scam. So this is not about the issue of the scholarship. Who gives scholarship and say just come? Everybody that apply qualify. They say they want 250%, but when 10,000 people apply, all of them qualify. Once you apply, you qualify. Just go on the internet apply. They will say pay your 200 and whatever money, congratulations, you get scholarship. I mean, we can't waste our breath on this nonsense. So my brother Yemplu, you from UP, you're for each other. You send message to the minister, he tell you say move, you read, that one are your business. Our henna isa at all. Yeah, you can for each other, brother. We know what it means to have such a government. So that is it.
Thank you very much. So now let's go to, I don't want to call her name, but somebody that the richest again, please bring her in. I think our time to talk.
I have a question for the gentleman if he's still on. Other than that, I don't have anything else to say.
No, what happened is that he's taking note, then he's taking note, then he will go ahead and answer everybody's question because he said he's limited on time. But he's listening to you, Glenny. Ask the question.
I thought you won't call my name again. What making you call it?
I forgot. So ask your question.
Okay. Mr. Minister, thank you for coming on. I think what you've done is very brave to do it. And it says it speaks to your patriotism for Liberia. I want to ask you, as an assistant or deputy information minister, do you think the information minister, the proper Jeremy Pierre, is supposed to ensure that information he's sharing to the public is accurate before coming to the public? That's my question to you. Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much. Like I said, he's going to take everybody's question and statement. He's going to address it and we'll move on. But I think it's only fair to say to your question from my end, I will say something on it. Either Jeremy Pierre is lying to us, either Jeremy Pierre is deceiving the public, or he just being Jeremy Pierre. But we address that. Because for him to say this can lead to your dismissal, to Matthew, I'm very much concerned that Jeremy Pierre can even send a message out. I'm seriously concerned that he knows exactly what he's doing and he's trying to lie to the Liberian people. This then is a dangerous territory. Let me bring in Conor Gray.
Disappointing. It's very disappointing.
It is. From Jeremy Pierre, who we all have respect for, that he can take this path to threaten another minister, his job, because the minister is coming as a whistleblower and condemning this act. So it means that Jeremy Pierre is part of the cartel. So I like your question, Glenny, but let's go to Conor Gray.
My brother Jeremy Pierre is Baghdad Bob. Kula Fufana, she's another one, Deputy Baghdad Bob. They feel in their head their responsibility is to defend this government at all costs and at the behest of the people. So, but Mr. Yemplo, I think from your expose here, I could tell that you went through the system. Not everybody went through the system, that come out with a degree. Mr. Jeremy Pierre, he got a scholarship, so he's not fully aware of how scholarship or the school system works. The same with the foreign minister. Either she knows that this is a scam, because at one point I heard her saying we will not, so as if to say she's part of the other side. Maybe that's why she came up with we will not this is a grant. You understand? But we will not refund you, or we will upkeep you. I mean, I just had the language. I have to go back and listen to the tape. But I just wanted to thank the gentleman out there. These are some of the risks people take. Sometimes, right now, history will not judge you right, but I mean, posterity will judge you favorably. I mean, most times people think that you are the devil, but sometimes after everything settles, they will see that you were indeed a patriot. Because those people may not get their money back. If they're talking about refund, my brother, my question I want to ask you is regarding the Minister of Education. Do you think this you are going through the Ministry of Education, hence the Minister of Education, as opposed to the way it's going now?
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dwell, I think you spoke on this, right, Paul? You did, right?
Let me say this, man. Thank you, Stanton. Thank you to the audience, everybody, man. Look, I'm going to say this. When Steve Jobs was dying, he was dying of cancer, and he was speaking about his own mortality. And he had a quote. I hope I paraphrase him right. He said, "We are already naked. You have to follow your heart, because in the end, this is all that will matter." For a very long time, the men of the Republic of Liberia, they have put the shields down, and Liberia has been naked because we don't follow our heart. It gives me great joy that one of us pick up the shield tonight for the protection of Liberia, even if it's in a very small way. I'm going to say this. If I were the president of the Republic of Liberia, I will promote Matthew and I'll bring him closer. Honorable Bwaka, those of us who tell you truthfully and entirely, because we want our glorious republic to be elevated, we mean well for this country. If a man takes government job at the highest level, I'm saying above directorship, and that man is not willing to quit that job at any time, he does not deserve that job. Now, I tell people saying that I cannot work in government because my mouth will fire me every day. Every day they will fire me. Because at the end of the day, Tuwale will go say, cool, I will go into my brother Martin Collins County and Bon County and all of my code in there. I'll be sending my little code 1212. When God bless me, I go teach more course to LU. I go to continue and teach one class there. I will still eat something. The point I'm trying to make is make some preparations so you can be able to be your true self. Because in the end, this is all that's going to matter. I say this all the time, guys. What legacy are we going to leave to this republic? The reason why every government, every succeeding government, not just Honorable Bwaka's government, they refuse to build a private sector because they want to hold the men by the kahuna. And so Martin Colley cannot speak freely because the man said, man, I want to enjoy them, I want to do my job, I'll be inside. If we create a massive private sector, the men of this society, the women of this society will speak freely. Guess what that does? It's going to force the government to account. And if it forces the government to account, it forces Bapuru County to be developed. It forces my beloved Riverside County to be developed, my beloved Bomi County to be developed. But what we've done, we've kowtowed to the very people that are continuing to subjugate this country, because when we talk it, we've become fearful. When the men of this country put up the shield once more and we protect our glorious republic with everything we've got, Liberia is forced to develop. Nobody will be able to stop it. Thank you to them, Matthew, even if it's in a small way.
I'll thank you very much. I'm going to bring Matthew on now. Let me pull your quote from Steve Jobs. You are quite correct. You can read it for those on the radio land to listen to you. Can you correctly read this because you were on point, Mr. Dwalu?
He said, remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the traps of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart.
A very powerful quote from the late Steve Jobs. But Matthew, talk to us. You heard everybody. Make this your closing.
Yeah, I took some. I want the speakers asked to Minister Pierre sure the information is accurate before it comes to the public. Absolutely right. Minister Pierre has to make sure that the information is accurate before it comes to the public. But Minister Pierre also has some limitation that not every information that they tell him from across the government that he has the time to verify before he can say that. So this is what happened when the foreign minister, told him made the country to believe that this was a $25 million loan or work study, whatever it is. This is a colossal failure on the part of the government broadly. And minister, in private conversation that we've had, he doesn't want to own up to it. As I said, that they should own up to it. That this was a colossal failure. He even regrets that he sat on your show and said what he said. Because when I provided him the facts, he even regretted that he actually said what he said. So if he's not owning to it, I will own up to it on his behalf. To say that the foreign minister organized something, made a minister of information of the government to say something that is absolutely erroneous, and the minister of information had to be embarrassed in such a way that people don't want to own up to it. This is a colossal embarrassment for the entire government. We have to own up to it. This is an embarrassment. As a matter of fact, Neotech should not even be in Liberia. They should be expelled right away. The other speaker said something. I'm because I have my phone and I'm taking note. The other president said that the Minister of Education is concerned about it. The obviously in conversation that we've had, the education minister is actually despondent about this entire stuff. She dressed the fact that she was dragged into this by the foreign minister and the foreign minister, and she didn't even have. You can even reference the fact that the Minister of Education had to take down the link about this thing after it became clear that this was not a $25 million loan to the government of Liberia, that the government of Liberia was taking to pay back on behalf of the students. That this became a scam when they started asking students to pay $236. So as a matter of fact, we have information that if the education minister was being contacted by the U.S. Embassy to say, conversation that I've been privy to say that, the U.S. Embassy, they disavow this particular group. They say they don't know them. They have not been contacted by them. So this is the education minister is embarrassed that this actually happened to the country. So the education minister says she was dragged into this conversation that I've been privy to. She was dragged into this. And this is why we have to disclaim it. We have to throw it on the foreign minister. Where did she get it from? So the education minister, they took our information. They took down the post. They took down the link on their Facebook page that students used to reply. They took it down. Okay, they took it down. Okay, let me look at the other note, the other question. Maybe you can remind me. Was there any question that I missed, please?
No. Just do your overview. Do your overview, Matthew. You have said enough. Again, whenever you chance, we'll bring you on the show. This is very concerning. But generally,
so this is the point. I have to sum up for Liberian people. Please, we are a poor country. We're struggling. People should not put Liberians under the impression that they have a program that will take Liberians to the United States to study for at least 1 year or 2 years and have the opportunity to work for 3 years. That is a fallacy. They shouldn't do that. Liberians should not, my message tonight is that Liberians should not pay a dime to Neotech for anything. If you are interested in wanting to go study in the United States, come to the Ministry of Information, ask for me, Matthew Yamplu. I studied abroad. I studied in the U.S. system. I studied in the European system. I know all these facts. I'm not a single person. There are thousands of Liberians who are also similarly studied abroad, and they can advise you. Neotech cannot take $236 from you from what we can do for you free of charge. Free of charge.
Wow.
Don't do it.
Wow. Thank you very much, Matthew.
It's disgraceful.
Thank you.
Foreign minister, and why it said that even inviting the people to come here and they can't spew our lies. That's a lie. I didn't even talk about the fact that they said that when you after you finish working for after you finish studying, you can immediately you graduate, you can get a job for $80,000 per year. That is and you pay your loan back in 3 years. That is a lie. It's not possible. It's not possible, especially when you are on F1 visa. I also need to emphasize, as I put in my post, the employers in the United States, and look, when they said, look, they are reluctant to hire you when you have F1 visa OPT. They don't want to hire you because they know that after 1 year, your work authorization is going to expire, and they want people with.
Wow, Matthew. Thank you very much. I will bring you on, Martin. I will bring you on. Thanks to Matthew, and we'll discuss this further. Martin, I'm exhausted. From the foreign minister, Jeremy Pierre, that's sending threatening text messages to an assistant minister saying that, listen, this will cost you a job if you go on Spoon, saying that I regretted what I went on Spoon because this have caused a damage to the country. Look at what we are talking about, the education minister now. The American embassy reaching out to her and saying, we don't know about this. And this is a big breaking news, that the American embassy heard the news on Spoon, post by Martin Cody, social media, and saying, no, reaching out to the education minister and saying, but who are these people? We don't know them. How shocking it is. Tell Martin, we are in a bad place here, though. I want you to talk to us. Let's make a run on this.
CEO, you know, Liberians are already aware about who the Minister of Foreign Affairs is. We don't need to overemphasize or reiterate. The Minister of Education, before coming to government, was an administrator, to be specific, vice president of the University of Delaware. So she understands the intricacies, the implications of these processes. That's why when we uploaded all of the files, she had to delete the posts from the website of the Ministry of Education and the Facebook page of MOE. Because she knows the procedures, the processes one has to go through to even obtain a student loan, let alone a scholarship, costing $100,000 per person. So it is unfortunate, CEO, and they should not be left alone with President Bouaka to make a determination. The legislature should step in, because the president himself said we have secured 25 million scholarship loan. Whenever the executive arranges or negotiates a loan, that loan, in as much it is above 10 million United States dollars, should meet the consent of the legislature. The laws are very clear on loan transactions for Liberia, because the loan being negotiated for will be paid for by the Liberian people. So the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Foreign Affairs cannot just negotiate, conclude all other arrangements without the acquiescence or consent of the legislature. That is the legal part of it. I hope the legislature will step in. This is a very critical matter. It exposes the weakness and vulnerability of the presidency to fraud, inaccuracies, and scam. How could we allow it? How could we have allowed a Ghanaian pastor to deceive us, quote unquote? Now, CEO, another thing I didn't say that the Liberian people need to know. This woman was arrested before. She was arrested and arraigned before the court for human trafficking. I'm about to send you the information for you to put it up for Liberians to see. The same woman, the CEO and founder of Neotech. Are you aware that she was arrested and criminally charged by the court of the Republic of Ghana? They chased her out of Accra. Today, she is based in Biantema in a small village, calling herself Reverend Doctor, even though she does not have a doctorate degree. This is a shame. And I like the fact that an assistant minister could be bold and brave. Thank you, Matthew. The nation celebrates your bravery, your boldness, your patriotism. In these times, only brave men and women can stand up, and not cowards, stooges, bootlickers. He's bold. And I disagree that the president should dismiss him. Who should be dismissed here? CEO. The Minister of Foreign Affairs should be dismissed. And not Matthew Yemplu, who is speaking out his truth. It is often said that truth crushed to the ground will rise again. The truth has risen. STEM has been renamed SCAM. From STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to SCAM. It is unfortunate President Bouaka should even take an action tonight on this matter because the Republic is disappointed and disillusioned. Why drag the nation into this? Why even drag the president into this? The president is busy with a lot, like other speakers said. So the reason why the president usually appoints, because he cannot operate alone. He cannot be everywhere alone. The president is not omniscient. He's not omniscient. He's not everywhere at the same time. So he decides usually to appoint able deputies. He called them ministers, cabinet ministers. So when a cabinet minister decides to advertise a scam, because the Minister of Foreign Affairs was used by Neotech as an advertising officer or a sales agent to deceive our people to buy this scam. A lot of people have been affected. Who takes responsibility for this? The reason why that country is in that position today, our people are suffering, is because we have failed to deal with impunity. Impunity is responsible for our backwardness. We are the 8th poorest country in the world. Our people are hungry. Our people.
I beg you,
let me just conclude on this one.
Okay.
Let me just conclude on this one. 30 seconds. Our people are hungry. Our country is aid dependent. Our country is food insecure. You cannot just feed our people with just anything simply because you have been given authority as Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, did you see her there today? She didn't go there. She sent few.
So that's where we were going. That's where actually I was going to ask everyone. But thank you for bringing it up. Why she didn't go with the group? Why she wasn't at the
answer one question. I just want you to answer one question tonight. Where is the loan agreement between Liberia and Neotech? I challenge anybody to provide that agreement.
That question have already been answered because there is no loan. The woman told you already there's no loan. So there will be no loan agreement. So the foreign minister, the information minister, the president who was full into it, Kula Fufana, and everybody else that supported this idea, it's a scam idea. But let's try to wrap this up and see your take and your own recommendation. We'll start with our sister Glendy, who is always fussing with me. I will make her go first before Dr. Rich is saying. Glendy, let's put all joke aside here. Liberians are seriously concerned. I'm receiving something that they want to open an office in Liberia and every other thing coming through the text messages today. Glendy, this is a huge, huge problem for this government. People close to the government, the president is angry right now. He's getting ready to go to Sierra. Are we going to see anything, any action? There's a reason why the cartel have gathered together. And your own brother, my own dear friend and brother, Jolime Pierre, going after the assistant minister is shocking. Where are you and what would be some of your recommendations, Glendy?
So I like how you always say the president is angry. When somebody is angry, we have to see it. We've been saying president is angry for every story, and we have not seen the anger.
I didn't hear you were turning against me tonight, Glendy.
I'm just saying.
No, you are free to talk. You got me on that one. You got me on that one. I will give it to you.
The president angry when these things are happening. He has to be able to speak out. I referred to President Bouaka the other night because I said we accuse George Weah of being a bobo president. And President Bouaka that I supported has now become a bobo president. This is unacceptable. So no one is going to end this story unless Sarah Beslow comes and speak out about this story, and I want to call upon her to do that. This is wrong. If this is fraudulent, they should not even go and extend any other familiarity with these people and allow them to come in the country and open office when we already seen that based on all of the information from Martin Cully that this is fraudulent. What else can I say? I am shocked that Jeremy Pierre would even send a message like that. I mean, this is I didn't see the message. So in all fairness, I can say it's hearsay. But for Matthew to come and be bold and to say what the minister said, we should not be doing that in 2024. Now you have people, even and this guy also is somebody who supported Joseph Boyka, the UP. And if he wants to speak truth to power, I don't think anybody should silence it by trying to use the fact that he's going to lose his job. This is not right. This is not how democracy works. This is not a progressive government. With the things that's happening, it's wrong. And even if, and this is the thing also, to some degree, it also rests on the shoulders of the education minister. Why has she not even spoken against it? You take that, well, if you don't agree with it, why was she not a patriotic person to come on and say this is fraudulent, this is wrong? Just take the website down and say nothing. She is also equally responsible. She is the torchbearer of our educational system in Liberia. She should speak out against it. And it shouldn't take the assistant minister of information to come and speak when we've had the minister of information and the press secretary representing Joseph Parker who have now come out to say this is a true thing. And even Joseph Parker himself, this is wrong. A better Liberia we want does not start from the government people itself, from the government officials. There has to be a difference with the people that's leading our country. And you listen to the mother, the woman, she said it. They're not loan the guy, the government. She already said it. Liberia has they have relationship with other countries, European countries, and even when they have it with America. So why are they going through Ghana to be able to help Liberian students?
What will be your recommendation now? Let's get to your recommendation.
It needs to be Sarah Bester needs to be compelled to speak. She needs to clarify what is
what
going
action
on.
you think the president should take?
I think he should have already spoken on it because I mean, I don't even give it any time because he knows what's going on.
Should Sarah be suspended? Should there be an investigation?
I think there should be an investigation with all of the things that's going on. People have paid their money towards this. Whether she resigns, that's not my recommendation, resign or terminate, but there has to be an investigation. Somewhere these things that the Liberian people have begun to experience, at some point in time it needs to stop.
Are you saying that the president is a bobo president?
I think he's a bobo president. Saying it under my name, Glenda Jean Juniors.
Thank you, Sis Glendy. Dr. Richardson, let's come to you.
So a lesson learned here, one will be whether you're in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or if you're in the Ministry of Presidential Affairs, or if you're in the Ministry of Education or Information, it is always good to check and verify. Check and verify. You know, especially with the kind of country that we have a lot of people who are just poor. You know, they have to borrow money from families to make ends meet. And so we have to be very careful. We can't just be all in a group think or kind of conformity more. So say one, so say all. So, you know, that kind of thinking is over. All these people had to do was to just go on the website. That's all I did today. I heard you guys talk about this. I was here when we started this conversation. There's so many red flags. Like, you know, paying $100 to get a conditional loan statement. What school in the United States, again, will take in a conditional loan statement to allow to serve as an affidavit of support? What school? I've never heard of one. Then you have to do, I think, $15,000 for a visa application process. Where even in Liberia, nobody pays $15,000 to do a whole visa application process. So we really need to be, you know, I'm so surprised that it's 4 government agencies, as you said, Martin, government organizations were involved, and none of them, you know, want to take claim or take blame for this embarrassment. They all want to be in a conformative mode. This matter should be investigated. I believe there's more to this. Something tells me there was kickback, because when I think about all the money that they are asking these participants to pay, okay, all the money that they are asking them, where is that money going? What if you guys are not going to catch this? Where was it going to go? Who was going to get a kickback from this? So this is what I'm thinking. So that's why I think it should be investigated. I think Matthew should stay. I
Thank
think
you.
the diversity of thoughts bring a strengthening organization. I think the fact that Martin is thinking outside of the box, he's not going along with everybody else. He has his own thought process. That's how it should be. And I think it strengthens the organization. And I think that the bucks stop with the president. The fact that he took that paper to read, he should come back and read again. The Liberian people to tell us, what happened. How did he get involved? Yeah, how he took the people to read and say what he said. You should come back and read that paper for us. That's what I have to say.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, guys. We want to use this. Thank God for Glennie and Dr. Richardson's statement. Let me add my own there real quick, and we're going to run through the line. I am disappointed. It will come to a place in life, and it reminded me of myself. We're having a serious argument on this thing today. I'm disappointed. When these things happen, action must be taken. Put politics aside. It would never happen in any advanced world that a foreign minister bring in this kind of company. And today, you have the press secretary, the information minister threatening people, and even believing that this is a real thing. This is fake. I know about this kind of fakeness. Given the opportunity, I will explain. But with the limited time that I have, I must say this. This is fake. They wasn't going for 25 million. They were going for the $4,000 the students in Liberia were going to contribute. Do the math. There's no 25 million. She said it. The first thing is the $236, which is non-refundable. That easy money, easy money. The next thing, the $1,000 that Martin Cody posted, which was true, the housing, the this, the that, and all this money put together, almost $6,000. Before you make up your mind, the people passed $1.2 million. But here's what's scary. The American government, through the embassy, went to the education ministry to tell them that this is fake. The America they want you to come to. The people saying they don't know them. It is true that Martin Cody sent letters of schools. The people say they have within the profile. The schools say, no, we don't know them. What more do you need? And this is the reason why they don't want you to speak. I'm surprised at Jeremy Pierre. I respect him. I know him. Hey, I wish him well. But the action taken, Kula Fufana, Jeremy Pierre, you are not saving Joseph Yimabwaka. Somebody must go. Somebody must be fired. There is no compromise. If President Joseph Yimabwaka failed to take action, I'm saying this to you, and people are going to get mad. The train is coming down on 40 miles per hour. Now it will be coming down by 75 to 100 miles per hour. It will be coming down as fast as it can. Do you think some of those people cared about Joseph Bwaka and his legacy like we do, like Monty, like Mame? You know how many bullets have come on our way? The Isidore is on the show beating onto us, Vendetta Patrick, and the rest of them. Do you think we are doing it because of money? We have left our resources, our family, and everything we can to defend this Joseph Yimabwaka. Financially, physically, morally. Do you think we're doing it because we want jobs? We want name? We are doing it because we believe that this president will save the country. We have messed up in life. We did it. We went after George Manawia fiercely. We beat on him. We knock on doors. We wake up family members and friends and say, vote, vote, vote. Today, the same time last year, we were celebrating. We were celebrating and say, yes, we have won the victory. Yes, we have won. We were celebrating. Today, like last year, we were jubilating. People were calling somebody heroes. Rambo Rescue Rambo. They were calling the names. Look at the Rambo Rescue today. Look at what we are saying today. Joseph Boakai must take action and must take action now. Look at Emmanuel Gongwe, EFLL. I think that's the name, right? You guys know him. What's the title? EFFL, something like that.
Emmanuel Gongwe.
He said the group is coming together to get away from Unity Party agreement because he doesn't understand. He said, CEO, I want to come on the show. I don't understand no more. We have supported JMB. We found our place. I work at Freeport, but you know why? I don't understand no more. The hyenas have taken over. He said, we have to leave Unity Party. I said, do you want me to say? He said, CEO, please say. And I want to come on the show to say. EFLL, if that you know Emmanuel Gongwe, I think that's his name. He wanted to be on the show tonight. He said, I have called the president. And it seemed to be the president is tired. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to say to Matthew, thank you. If Jeremy Pierre will fire you, I know you stay happy in Liberia and outside of Liberia, you will survive. Flower living before door ear caught. The flower will live and you will live. But this will go down in history. That you spoke about transparency, about good governance, and you were dismissed. Like so many others, they are afraid to talk. They are afraid to speak because they believe they will be dismissed. Who knows? Who's sending the text messages at night? If you speak on this issue, we will fire you. Is this the rescue government? Threatened? Kula Fufana is forced to speak. She's a lawyer. She just graduated. She's forced to speak to defend this thing. My little sister Kula, I'm not going to get mad with her. But where are we? How are we moving this train? Is there no train anymore? Is there any more train? Is there any more train, folks? Or are we now driving keke and pempe? Because they looked at the train have left the station and is dead on the track. Mama, is there any more train? Are we on the keke right now in the pempe? The president has to take action on this one. It's a national disgrace. A complete mess. No way we can correct it except President Boakai fire somebody. And to my sister, Sarah Best Loyalty, I wish you can speak. And I wish you can take the bullet. You brought this to Liberians. They trusted you. They beat them out when they talk about a fake school. Listen, I've gone through this process. And I will say this to you. I too have been deceived and was caught in the middle. Listen, and I will say this to you. It's a scam. When it quack like a dog and shake like a dog and dance like a dog, it's a damn dog.
It's a dog.
Of my own engagement. When you talk about the American school system here, my people, they don't joke. You made a mistake, they will go after you. I know what I'm saying. This is a damn scam. This is a damn dog. And it's a green dog with a red neck. And I will say to you, listen, Joseph Boakai must take an action. He must dismiss. He must suspend pending investigation. Even if Sarah got to go, she got to take the bullet and go. She got to be dismissed. She got to be suspended pending investigation. Anyone else stand on the way? This will destroy, or it has destroyed President Boakai's legacy. I reached out to some of them. I asked them, guess what happened? They put a hand up. They said, Stanton, we in that one. The puppy got to take action. And I will say to you, Uncle Joe, Mr. President, you know, whenever I see Joseph Boakai, I talk to him. I don't call him Mr. President. I call him Uncle Joe, and you accept, and you're happy with that name. This one is hard. Mo Ali is concerned. I can say it. Stephen Johnson concerned. I can say it. The chairman, Reverend Tapper, he's concerned. I can say it. People in the executive mansion, they are so concerned. I can say it. This too must stop. Every day is a new thing. Every day is a new thing. I'm going to rest on this one. May God save our state. When you go to bed, may God save our state. When you wake up, may God save our state. May God help President Bwaka. May God help President Bwaka. It's not about President Bwaka no more. It's not about President Bwaka no more. He must save the country from this mess. Abuda Mame, Vandera Patrick, Al-Sado, Paul Kennedy, Colonel Gray. If we make Duadu go first, he will go first and he will check up. So let's make him to go last. Abula, my friend, talk to us.
Thank you, Stanton. I think the foreign minister provided, I believe, not a thing, she provided misinformation to the public. The honorable thing to do is to come back and correct it. This whole thing about trying to fix things, the period in our country's history when these things could be fixed with the media people and all the things that time has passed. There is no loan that government secure. There is no 625,000. Neotech cannot guarantee anybody a job in America. And one thing the foreign minister said on the platform, she said we're even trying to engage the U.S. embassy so that the visa process. Really? Even government official with diplomatic passport and official passport, you submit it to the U.S. embassy, they take you through their process. Sometimes they tell you no, sometimes they tell you administrative processing. I mean, you got diplomatic passport, you got official passport. U.S. government will tell you, we're taking it through our process. They will put you on administrative processing or they will deny you. What arrangement the foreign minister is talking about having with the U.S. embassy to facilitate visa? I mean, what I saw, and I will close on, I did not see Sarah Beslow trying to steal from Liberians. I did not see her, from all I have gathered, I did not see her trying to make money out of a process. What I saw her try to do is to gain political capital out of a process that she did not investigate well, which is normal of politicians and political actors. But here is a trick. You have to be rigorous. You have to be careful. I will promote this labor. I mean, not calling labor. I will promote this our comrade. Wanto. He has similar program in Liberia to help students get enrolled in foreign schools. But he tells you clearly, I don't have control over the process. I will help you, guide you. He organized conferences for people who attended school in the US and other places to go and speak to undergraduate students on the process to motivate them. He guided them in the process to do that. If that small echo water you pay fee, that's okay because he got his own logistics and things to run. What the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did was marketing this company to Liberians. I listened to one of the beneficiaries, one of the potential. He said, because I listened to the foreign minister, because I listened to the president, that one made me to join. So when the president speaks about something, when the foreign minister speaks about something, the people listen. But here are the misinformation. There is no loan that you can just get. There is no 625,000. There is no guarantee for a job. The easiest thing the foreign minister should have done was to just come back and correct this. This thing about good intention, let me say this. The bridge between good intention and good result, the bridge that can connect good intention with good policy and good result, like good education, good experience. The bridge that can connect good intention and bad results, poor quality education, poor experience. And when we talk about education, not just about big book. Just the little you learn it well. That education, the little place you work, pay attention and work well. That experience can connect good intention to good result. If you don't get it good, it will connect your good intention to bad results and bad services. The foreign minister need to correct the mistake and do it publicly.
Edo?
Who next?
Yeah, and who next is
You want me to go?
Fandera Patrick. Brother was going last. Fandera.
Okay, CEO.
Thank you
very much. I'd like to applaud the assistant minister. This is what I always boast about education. If you are educated, it will pay. When you are educated, a well-learned person, you become brave, intelligent, purposeful, creative, and you can survive anywhere in the world. That's why when you find yourself in government, you don't speak against your conscience. And I like to applaud him for being brave tonight to protect the legacy of this president. It hurts when you put all on the line for someone to become president, and you see a few groups of people trying to manipulate the system to confuse their leader, to make wrong decisions. No one who has the country at heart will sit anywhere and keep quiet. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is a proponent of criminality in this case. She brought this dubious and criminal Neotech to exploit our people. I think resignation is not an option. She must be investigated. Maybe she has reasons to explain to us. We want to know, even in the midst of criticism, they are still defending this criminal act. It tells us that our leaders are stubborn, arrogant, and not willing to undergo corrective measures. A good leader will say, well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at this time will revisit its initial decision to come out in the public domain to explain what has happened. But everyone is criticizing. They are there defending to the extent they invited a leader in this country to tell us Tabata. For some of you who don't know, and I'm happy everybody have spoken, America will not give you not even 100 visa students. I know about 7 students fully funded from American taxpayers' money. They got accepted to Cornell, Brenner University, UC Berkeley, and other institutions. They have gone there and they denied them visa. Then that you will go with your Neotech, Nyama, and you think you will get visa to go. No way. Some of you made some stupid decision in the country when you were trying. You think you live here, you go to America, you will stay right here. You will smell the decision you make. You see what is happening here. Some of you condemning the minister now. When we were saying Martin Colley, Ambula Mame, we said this woman, she does not have the credentials. Her credentials are fake. Some of you say, oh, we know both. We are this. You categorize her in different forms and manner. Today, the woman brought you scam. And let me just say this to some of you. I'm not talking because you were scammed. No. Your money will not be refunded. I pray they will not get your money back. Let it in the hole. Next time, you will make sure you investigate properly. When people say these things are wrong, Like Amula Mamesa, oh, because the president spoke, oh yes, this president was misled. But let me conclude tonight. Like I said before, it's a validation. The rescue mission has been hijacked. It has transitioned from rescue to rascal agenda. What you see today is a product of rascality. And the president has been dragged into that, marketing a product that is a representation of rascality. This is a shame. It's an embarrassment to this government. If you are a UPE or rescue missionary tonight, you should be ashamed and embarrassed. I'm sure you have sleepless night to even see the information trying to warn somebody who want to save the face of the presidency that you will lose your job. That is an embarrassment. You don't intimidate a layman. Matthew Nyemplu is a seasoned professional. He survived anywhere. I think what he did tonight is to safeguard the integrity of this president who has lost control of the presidency. This president
conclude,
is
Patrick, conclude. Let's go to Glenny.
Thank you.
No, after the man, I mean, Glenny finish now. When is it, my man? I just want to conclude, my man. You
So
talk
quickly, I'm sending a link in the chat room. You can click on that link. It's a very good scholarship link, just in case, but don't ask me to help you. I'm not into that. I'm just sharing this with you because I benefited from it. So I'm here putting it in the chat room. Yeah. Thank you, mommy. Thank you.
So, you know what? You guys save me in this book and education noise around here. You please save me in that your book and education thing. What is the education you're talking about? I thought it's to sit in a class, they teach you, graduate, you get PhD, they get you document at the education. I thought the education is about thinking, using your, to reason. Isn't that? How can someone causing noise all around in our ear about education being the same person to push President Barker to be president? On what basis did your intellectual thought make you to push him? You've known this president for more than 1 billion years. What were the things that you looked at for which you thought he would be the one to save Liberia? What kind of a book, Benny, y'all keep talking about here? So, oh, you talking about the degree they gave you from the classroom, the paper, or they put PhD on or master? That what you talking about? Well, that's not what we consider to be book, anyways. That's not what. Our own level of education is your reasoning. Your reasoning, the way you think. You look at the sun, how it come, or how the moon go, the way you will put things together. And not the paper they gave you 3 big books, then you can book. What? You save us the book thing, man. President Barker been in government for 50 years. What did you check? Oh, when the president was Minister of Agriculture, he did this, the other policy, he did this other thing. So you know what I'm thinking, when he comes as president, he will manage to do this. Oh, when the man took over CPP, CPP was doing this. What did you do? You come here, oh, the cousin of book and education. Let me go to good serious thing. I beg you, take book beneath my ear. I beg. We should be discussing things very important here. So, you know what? I have to close on very much. We're talking about investigation again. My people, how many more investigations are we going to be having? Listen now, the government just 1 year old. But we not get 500 investigations already. How many more investigations are we going to be having? Oh, please help me so I can just wait. If you say 2,000 more, then I will wait for 2,000 more. We are having another investigation. VP, when you came on the show the first time and said the president is not in charge of the country, you hear rescue people know. They were talking. Today, they are now agreeing with you that the president is not in charge of the country. Everything that is going on today is everybody's fault besides President Barker. Tomorrow, somebody will come and take our diamond. They will say, oh, they misled the president. So when is this president going to take charge of this country? When? When will this president not be misled? How is it that everybody is leading this one president? What didn't this president know all the time he served in government, my people? When will the president not be misled? I'm coming to go to Liberia tomorrow and tell them, say, I get 300 truck. So he must give me 20 million. Then you always say, oh, somebody misled the president. I thought you voted for the president to lead the country. I thought you voted for this president to lead this country. How many more times will we hear, oh, the president can be everywhere, everywhere? He is the president. He oversees the entire government. How do they do? Before the government comes out with something, what happens within the government? It goes through a certain rank and it goes to the president. All of the briefing is given to the president. The president asks all of the questions. He places all of the dots into the right place before they agree. How come today everyone misleading this one president? Didn't he know how government runs?
Everybody finish speaking?
No, I'm not to speak. Now you come to cut me off. Please let me end. I beg you.
Okay. No, just end now, man. We got to go back.
No. Now we got to go now. But it's real, Stanton. It's all of you people. All of you. You should be here every day talking about education and the president is.
But make your case. Leave everybody else. Let talk their own.
I'm talking my own. I'm talking.
But don't blame your fellow panelists. Don't attack your fellow panelists. Nobody attack you. I said, don't attack your fellow panelists.
I'm the panelists. I'm saying something to rescue. The president is not in charge of the country. It only shows the president was never ready to be president. That's why. And so I have to say this, my people. I want to end on a real thing. On hope for our country, not this yankan thing. Please allow me to end.
Yeah,
so
end now.
Liberia's most downtrodden movement, the movement that got the eyes of the real people, has been doing everything to come back. We witnessed a part of.
Wait for the campaign period, man. Let's finish this.
In Grand Bassa County today.
Start the campaign period, man. Let's go ahead.
Where the Youth League of the CDC is hosting its retreat.
No, but I campaign now. No, CEO, no, my man.
No, man.
No.
Come here.
No.
I gotta end.
All right, guys, I gotta go, guys.
This to me.
Guys, no, I said we gotta go.
I gotta
thank you.
Don't do it. No.
I said, guys, let me say this seriously. I said, hold on.
Let me end.
We have to be tolerant of time for our fellow panelists. So we gave you the last 30 seconds, Isaac.
Yeah, no problem. So as I was saying, where the Youth League of the CDC is hosting is a 3-day retreat. Thanks to Besunga Finlay, who will be one of those people hosting them. Thanks to Nathaniel Mangel, who will be the guest speaker, and of course Koji, who will be the launcher. They have assembled young people from across the country to discuss the forward march of the country. Whenever something happens, it is a good thing to come together and go over what happened for a better time for the next time. That's what they are doing. I want to, at this time, send out my congratulatory shout to the leadership of the Youth League, putting the young people on the path
to youth.
what Liberia needs.
What we
are having today is some next.
Can I make
I said thank you.
Yeah.
We need real people to come to
I said thank you. Thank you very much,
Minister. All the thing,
Conor Gray, let's go. Conor Gray, please.
Yeah, Stanton, I know if you put Mr. Weir and Mr. Buckeye today, I in particular will vote for Mr. Buckeye again over and over. And one thing I would say is when President Weir was there, they said.
But can we talk about this Neotech?
You talk about it. When he was there, they said the same thing that was not in control. And we know exactly that. Probably that's how people run Liberian government. But let me say this, Stanton, I can see that for me, you want to thank anybody, I think Martin Colley. He was the gentleman who raised the issue. Sometimes it takes that one curious eye to be able to depict something from the haystack. Martin was who threw light on this. And I mean, you can beat on others, but yeah, he derived this particular discussion that gave us somehow the inclination that something is not right. And then Spoon also picked it up. But I want to say I can see even the individual, the lady who came today, I can see that she's losing hope. This other scam is not going to work. Even though some folks have already been pulled by the nose. So definitely people have lost their money, and I hope the government will find a way to pay those people back. Because trust me, there's no program here. These people were hoping to get as much money as possible, and that is the grant, as Mommy has said, that's the grant they were hoping to get. But you know what? This was a six, seven, $800,000 scam that probably have gone bad. So I can see folks are beginning to pull away, and so it's even the Minister of Foreign Affairs. She's just making that statement, but she I can tell the body language. She's feeling defeated, and we all know the process of coming to the United States. I mean, show me the product of your effort. How many Ghanaians have benefited from this? How many Sierra Leone, as Martin said? If anything, giving scholarship to people, it will start benefiting Ghanaians before even us. Why leave all the folks who are in the scheme, unless the Minister of Information, of Foreign Affairs is part of this scheme? But why leave all those people back there and then come to us? Because they've determined that we don't have the intelligence. And I hope they will get to know now that we'll have some intelligent people among us. And if anybody thinks that they can just flood into Liberia and dupe the entire nation, and few good men will not or women will not come up, they lie. We're here. And I hope that will send some senses in their mind, because you know what? They were going to get away with murder, as we say it. Why are you going to go come to the United States and guarantee people to go to work? You got how many trips has even that reverend has made to the US? She got no idea. But you know what? I look at her body tells me that she's a crook. And if people can see into her eyes and believe that she's a crook, they will go by. They say when a man wants to die, when baboon wants to die, they don't hear, they don't listen to whistle. So folks will be adamant because they want to. Their ego is driving them there. But Stanton, good show today, man.
Again, thank you very much. You asked a question, though, and that's a beautiful question. What can they show? And trust me. Anyway, let's go to Paul Kennedy. Paul.
Yeah, I sound like AI.
You get that.
All right, that's very good. At least I sound better tonight. But like as I said last night, I'm hearing myself, Stanton. Somebody mute. All right, I'm hearing myself. Okay, I'm doing better now. So as I said last night, the government has 72 mistakes to make. They've made 9. There's a 63 outstanding. Every month they'll make 1 mistake. So I will not bother them until they can make 73 mistakes in 6 years. They are actually allowed that because they are 73 months in 6 years. There's a lot of things that we can look at from what's going on. From look at to what's going on. Number one, the scholarship program has a lot of possibilities in it. But everything Neotech is saying they can do, a Liberian person can actually do it. Because if you heard Neotech, they are only trying to serve as an intermediate. They are trying to mediate between the schools that are here and those people that want to bring to the United States on scholarship. Anyone who has a structural organization can actually do that. That's one. So they didn't need to go out to Ghana to solicit an institution that will come to make the promise of 25 million. Because all the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to do to give the Liberian that power to do it is to give you a MOU that authorizes you to be an ambassador to scout, to come and negotiate with higher institutions of learning, to be able to bring students from Liberia here. So is there a possibility you can bring 250 students to the US? Yes, there's a little window of opportunities there, but it takes a lot of processes to go into that. But what I'm hearing from this interview that was going on today with this lady, there are so many doubts and loose hanging clouds that she has not been able to actually definitely convince me that she's on the path to doing that. The first thing she does not have is setting MOU with any of the higher institutions of learning in the US. To be able to bring students there on an agreed attempt, you actually need to have a memorandum of understanding with them. Then those students need to go in the system to fill up the processes with the school. Once they're giving the award of admission, before anybody can give them a scholarship or visa opportunity. So there's too many loose ends that this lady is not really providing us. So most of our interview today were all around that, but she did not answer any of the doubts I had or clarify any of the doubts I had on my mind. The issue about the foreign minister and the president involvement, nobody on this podium can defend the president. None of you here. You don't have any ability to defend a president. The president appoints the code.
But you cannot insult somebody like that. What do you mean we don't have any ability? Just talk about you.
No, you don't.
No, you're wrong. And these are the general thing I can say. You do your own. Do not attack your fellow panelists, man.
Okay, can I finish my point? Then
Yeah, but going AI
again. Don't put me AI, please. Don't put me AI. Do not put me AI. The president appoints a core of ministers to serve as advisors. These people have the obligation to make sure any paper they tell or give to the president is verified, authenticated, reviewed, processed, and genuine. Because when the president speaks policy. And this policy comes from the technical people who are in all those various ministries and agencies working and feeding the president with information. When they fail to do their due diligence and give a president the misleading information, the president will make those misleading pronouncements. So where I'll blame the president is not vetting the people he put into the various ministries and agencies. Because he, as the president, had a responsibility to make sure that everyone who is appointed a minister and or a director is vetted so that they know what they are doing. But then let's come down to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is actually a very basic person too. Now, that's the reason why she has ambassadors and she has people outside of the country representing the government by directive of the president. So if these people are not doing their work, it reflects back on her. As I said in the beginning of this show, somebody misled her, gave her misinformation, and because she may have not had the requisite staff around her to do diligence to the information, she took it and ran with it. That's what we see in the Liberian government. Jeremiah Pierre came and sat down here and was challenging us that this loan was the best loan. In fact, he emphatically stated other governments have taken billions of dollars in loan that never benefited Liberians. This $25 million is of no question a better loan. He was very arrogant about it, so he can't be hiding in the corner and threatening other people now, and these are the kind of information we need to provide the Liberian people. We said that from the beginning, you cannot just come and work here for 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, or whatsoever on an F1 visa. Now, don't get me wrong, an F1 visa can be adjusted to an H1 or H2 visa. There are possibilities to do that, but there's also a process. There's a lot of processes that are involved with those things. So, Liberian people, you stop paying the money right now. You make sure that these things are validated, reviewed before you can pay once. And my recommendation tonight will be for the Ministry of Justice to work along with the ministries involved, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Information, and the Ministry of State to ensure that this lady who is coming from Ghana and making all this good pronouncement is legit. They need to do that. And if she's not legit, she actually needs to be serving some jail time because this is fraud. If it is not completed, and if she cannot prove any otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
At least I was not interrupted too many times. Stanton tried, but he couldn't make it.
Montana, Stanton.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. To the audience, man, yo, thank you. Plenty. I was here laughing because my brothers are acid those. Hypocrisy is so stupefying. It makes the average Sakomorian feel they know what they're talking about. Let me say this. When a man comes with a parochial view of something he does not understand, it baffles the mind. Sometimes I wonder whether this brother is a true Sakomorian or he lives a Sakomorian lifestyle in Minnesota. I don't know what's going on, you guys say. To contrast Honorable Bwaka against President, Honorable Bwaka is making a lot of mistakes, but they're not in the same class. If you try to justify education in that kind of parochial way, it tells me a lot of times that you don't know about. I just started, you can push your hand all day. Well, let me say this though. Look, I'm going to say this. Stanton, our country, we got to get serious. We cannot allow people who do not have Liberia's best interests at heart to just come to the country and yet to our country any kind of way, and we accept it if to say there are no men in the country, there are no women in the country. Our country seems like an open door policy. It's if to say, back in the day, under the Sakomo tree, it was an invitation to anybody, even crazy people could go there. Liberia is becoming that way, where anybody can come into our country and get your money away from there. They are literally eating our lunch, and we are cooking it and feeding it to them. Why would the Ghanaians think they can come to our country and take money? Because we made them feel that way. And people were trying to justify this. Look, the government officials in our country have to understand something. When you come to the governmental space, you're not coming there to protect your own personal interest. You have to protect the interests of the people. Can we ask this question? Is the foreign ministry or the education ministry protecting the interests of Liberian students? They want to see people from Glenelg University in Liberia that said they were offering a PhD at LU. Why they can go to the LU and do a master and PhD there? They got to send them away to America. It will get PhD program in the country. Now, I'm being funny here, but the issue here is, look, Stanton, I know my brother also will get help me the one, but I say it's right on this one. It is okay for the government to come out and say, we screwed this up. We're going to get it better next time. Don't try to dress up a devil that is entirely we are Shen, but you want to make this person appear as though he's Amos Sawyer. They are not the same. There is a contrast between the CDC government trying to build an education program that never came to fruition. It's still sitting there. That one did graduate, one student, but instead of building a technical college that never came to fruition. This is what we do to us. Every single time, every government that comes to power, it is not anybody around President Bwaka. It is President Bwaka. The leadership, the person at the helm, they are responsible for the decisions their subordinates make. It is not anybody around President. Satan, imagine me, Dwadu, Esu, Opa, Zina, Boraka, Dwadu, I'm president. I appoint Manti Kwali to do my job. Manti Kwali go do my job, fizi. I will lay him fly. It can't hold. I will give him my fair money. Then I will charge you with a crime. Because his job responsibility, he has a fiduciary responsibility to the people. If he doesn't want to attend that, he can either resign and we investigate everything fine. We let him go. But you're not going to be taking free paycheck. The time for you to account to the Liberian people, you say no wrong, and we just do that. That's not how government's supposed to work. It is President Bwaka's fault 100%. It is nobody else's. It was a pleasure today. Asif, how you doing, my brother? I love you.
Before we go back to Martin Colley, again, Martin Colley will always say thank you very much through these times you join us. It is disappointing, and I'm not going to be going around to the Joe for. I'm done with that. I don't know why Asido can make such a comparison, because it's only okay for us to discuss the current issue and where we are today to move our country forward.
I'm talking about now you're kidding yourself, but George, we are a better president. Finish.
Excuse me, sir. I'm just trying to wrap on this one and bring Martin Cody. So, Martin, we say to you, we are here. You champion Joseph Bwaka. I did. A lot of Liberians. And we are here today to say that I hope we didn't make a mistake. I hope we didn't. I hope Joseph Bwaka can make us proud. We were discouraged before the nomination and appointments. We passed that. We're discouraged with the Amimoda issue. We passed that. Abdullah Kamara, LTA, we're still thinking the decision of the president. LRA, LDC Allies, President Baga allowed money captain and the Ghana counterpart to stay there till the contract expired. And now we get that they are not coming back. With the real Joseph Yimabwaka that you know that I know, that every time we will call and he answer and he encourage us to be strong, to be hopeful. With the real Joseph Yimabwaka stand up. There's no time that he should be tired. With the real Joseph Bwaka stand up, the one that we knew all these years, and make decision on behalf of the Liberian people. So I say thank you. Never you give up. And I will never give up by God's grace. We'll keep on fighting and keep on keeping on. Because we too deserve a better Liberia. So
Hallelujah.
take us home, Martin Cordy. Take us home, please. It's good seeing you.
Thank you, CEO. Thanks to everyone on the panel. Thanks to Yemplu and all the people who are listening to this program. I am downhearted to admit. I am downhearted because I was one of the chief proponents of the rescue agenda, of the arrest agenda. I made immense contribution to the campaign of former Vice President, now President Joseph Yimabwaka. In fact, I headed one of his most critical committees, Chairman on Research and Policy Response. I was never in Liberia. And the reason why I did that, CEO, let me tell the Liberian people today, President Bwaka made a commitment to me. He said, Martin, you're a young man. The country is descending. You cannot be an activist. You have to play an active role. Can you join me? I have never been involved with political parties, except a student-based political party. And that's the Student Unification Party on the campuses of the University of Liberia. I have never openly supported a political party before, never in my life. Check my records. So I said to the president, at that time, he was a candidate, that I'm an activist. It's difficult for me to actively get involved. However, considering what is prevailing and for the cause of our people and the interest thereof, I'll get actively involved. That's how come he said, okay, can you play the role of chairman on research policy response? I say, yes, I can, but I'm not in the country. How can I do that, Mr. President? He said, no, you can remain where you are. I said, okay. And I did play my role effectively. There were times the candidate president was under attack, severe intellectual and political attack. We had to stand the test of time. The records are there. We damaged our relationship with dozens of people as a result of his ambition. We didn't do that because his name is President Bwaka or his name is Joseph Bwaka. We did that because we wanted a new Liberia. We wanted change. We wanted transformation. We wanted our people's lives to improve. We wanted our people to have access to basic social services, safe drinking water, quality education, energy. Today, while I'm on the show, CEO, I want to share tears because I'm speaking with the student leadership. Are you aware that they are out of school because the teachers and lecturers are on go slow, no money, but we are chasing a Ghanaian pastor to give her 25 million for quote-unquote loan? What kind of country is this? Go on the website of the Ghanaian Statistical Services. 1 out of 5 Ghanaian has never seen class room before. Let's do the math. One out of 5. Divide 1 by 5, right? That's 0.2, right? So you have 20%. 20% Ghanaians, they have never seen classroom before. But a Ghanaian woman is coming to us to lecture us that she can put our people in college. Are we serious here? Why she can't go put Ghanaians in college? Why she can't go put her people in college? A lot of her people are not even seeing classroom. A lot of them are unemployed. Go and look at the percentage of Ghanaians that are unemployed, but she won't get you a job in America. Does she have the power to give you a job? Talking about work steady or whatever. You know, so my own disappointment here, CEO, is a commodity of zero value was sold. And the sale agent of that commodity was our president. And the name of the commodity is scam. A commodity of zero value was sold. And this Ghanaian woman used the office of the presidency as the sale agent of this commodity called scam. Our people are disappointed, President Boakai. And I want to talk to the First Lady. First Lady, our people are disappointed. You have to speak to President Boakai. People around him may not tell him the truth because they are bootlickers. The other day, when I said the conductor of our train has been hijacked by hyenas, today you have a man who opposed the president as our de facto prime minister. This man never believed in the vision and agenda of the president, but today he's the gatekeeper. He decides who sees the president or not. Do you think he cares if President Boakai fails? A foreign minister who could not endorse the president first round and second round is the chief proponent of our foreign policy agenda. Do you think she cares if she brings fraud to the country that affects the image and impeccability of the presidency? CEO? Today we have a man, Louis Brown. He's going to the UN. That is the most strategic international role of our country. He sat right on the show and called President Boakai weak, frail, and incapable of making any difference. As a result, he's predicting a disaster. Today, he's going to the UN at the expense of you, CEO, and all those on this panel who champion the rescue agenda. It's unfair to the thousands of rescuers and unity partisans who don't have jobs. I believe in inclusion. Inclusion should not be at the expense of the national interest. You talk about war crimes code. Louis Brown is a war crimes indictee. His name is in the TRC report. You are begging the UN every day for money to fund your war crimes code, but you are sending a war crimes indictee to the UN as a representative. Is this not a paradox? Is this not a contradiction, CEO? Why are we giving God a hard time? Why is Liberia giving God a hard time? Why is President Boakai giving God a hard time? It's unfortunate, CEO. I said here with tears in my eyes. This man, I supported. Ask John Malou. One time we talked to President Boakai, and President Boakai promised us, say, look, before I appoint anybody, you guys will check. You will do two things. He said two things: character check and credential check. He promised that. Call John Malou and ask him. This is why we supported the president with our all, with the intent that he will come and fight corruption, number one. Today, Twitter is passing all around. McGill is passing all around, even though the U.S. Embassy said we have evidence that these people abuse their power and siphon public resources. Why can't we ask them for the evidence and prosecute these people? No one has been held accountable. That's why from the initial stage, CEO, I said, and I want to repeat this, impunity has been our greatest challenge. For example, look at what the Minister of Foreign Affairs has cost the country. Beyond Matthew's wars as a national disgrace, this is a national catastrophe. This is a national catastrophe driven by commercial interest and sycophancy. If the president dismisses Matthew, we'll get Matthew a job. We'll rally our people to protest, because the real dismissal should be at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and not at the Ministry of Information. What Matthew has done, he has spoken his mind. He has spoken the truth. The rescue mission came on the matter of truth speaking. They said Weah was a liar. Of course, Weah was a liar and he is a liar. Weah should be prosecuted by now. President Boakai promised that. But why is Weah not being prosecuted? All of the cases under Weah, with the pieces of evidence that have been adduced by the GSC, no one has been held accountable. We are going to year 2. We are entering year 2. And no one has been held accountable. But here is a foreign minister who has traveled more than the president. All we have seen most often are MOUs. MOUs. These people travel because they want DSAs. I got the real story of CEO. All the travels because they will get DSA, data subsidy allowance, at the expense of the Liberian people. Do you know how many parents haven't sent their children to school since this academic year started because they don't have money, CEO? Why are we not thinking about our people? President Bouakai, you promised to serve the interests of the people. Look at the cases around. Look at MCC, corruption, LRRC, corruption, almost everywhere. And you are not taking action. Let me say the difference between the government of President Bouakai and the government of President Weah relative to corruption. Under President Bouakai, it is about steal and resign, SARO. Under President Weah, it is about steal and remain, SARO. Steal and remain and steal and resign. That's the difference. After 1 year under President Bouakai. So you can steal under President Bouakai, he will compel you to resign. Nothing comes out of it. No prosecution, no accountability. Impunity is on the rise. You steal under President Weah, he will say, okay, remain but give my share. That's the difference. And where are we going with this CEO? You fought for this president. You use your platform. This platform was very instrumental in educating our people and shifting our opinion towards the rescue agenda. Today, they call panelists on this platform opposition to the government. How can this platform be an opposition to the government? Or how can panelists on this platform be opposition to the government when it was this very same platform you used to come to power? How does that make sense? The platform is simply doing its work in the interest of the people. Or you should be stealing and we'll be protecting you while the people suffer? Was that what you told us, President Bouakai? Look at the issue of asset declaration. I listened to the LACC boss. Up to now, over 60%. And President Bouakai said here and looking, these people are managing public assets, but they haven't declared their assets as required by the 2014 Code of Conduct Law. Where is the leadership? President Bouakai needs to wake up. The train is on a collision course. He needs to readjust. I want to speak to the conscience of the president today. Yes, I know a few people told him to cut me off. I don't have a problem with that. I haven't talked to the president for months. Before he could come to power, he used to call me regularly. I call him sometimes, and we talk about the country. Today, I can't talk to the president that I fought for, simply because they think that I'm critical. And if I was in the president midst, CEO, that thing are not going to happen. I'm not telling the president to give me a job. I don't need job for his CEO. I'm just saying keep the line open. Keep the line open, Mr. President. I don't need job for you. Thank God I'm on this side and I'm good. I don't need, if I wanted a job, I would have been in Liberia by now. I would have gotten a job. Because President Bouakai himself called me and wanted to send me a ticket to come down. So I don't need a job. I have said that. All you need to do, keep the line open on these kind of issues. It just take a click to say, Martin, can you check this thing? The Minister of Foreign Affairs said 25 million loan for scholarship. And I gave you 1 hour. I will tell you, Mr. President, no, this thing is not okay. We can't proceed like this. I'll give you the facts why it's not okay. But these people cut me off because they want to get involved with this kind of stuff. The presidency is vulnerable. The presidency is vulnerable to fraud. The presidency is vulnerable to collusion, criminality. The presidency is vulnerable to transnational crimes because this lady has been arrested before and arraigned before a court for human trafficking. That's a transnational crime. Now she's using quote-unquote loan scholarship program to deceive her victims. She went to Sierra Leone. They chased her out. I like the fact that Conan Gray raised the issue. Where are the beneficiaries? You can't even show one to say, okay, the other person went to the University of Minnesota through this program. They are talking to you on this webinar. Show us one beneficiary. You said you've been running this program for more than a decade. You can show us one beneficiary, whether from Sierra Leone or Malawi or Kenya or Ghana. Even in your own Ghana, you can show us one beneficiary. But you want to come and deceive our people? Should we allow you to do this? Yes, we fought for President Boakai. We did not fight for him to do the wrong things. If he continues like this, now, this is now a threat, CEO. We told President we are the same thing, but he didn't believe it. You continue like this, when some of us slip off, it will be very dangerous. What we did to President, we are even small. You cannot run the country like this. President Boakai is not popular in the country. The country's interest is first. And I want to say this today. The country's interest is number one, is premier. Before President Boakai, there was Liberia. After President Boakai, there will be Liberia. The people's interest matters, and we must protect it. Anything on the contrary, there will be resistance. Intellectual resistance, as well as revolutionary resistance. President Boakai needs to lead with caution and wisdom, as I have always known him to be. This is his time. He has to get better. That's why I said the other day, right? Among the three presidents, quote-unquote native president, President Boakai is far educated. So we expect better of him. Though President Doe are not educated, he didn't even cross 9th grade. We are too was not educated or he's not educated. Right? We are a junior high student, practically, technically. President Boakai is the most educated native president. We should not be comparing President Boakai with we are. We should be comparing President Boakai with Toba. When I see people comparing President Boakai with we are, I get angry. What kind of comparison is that? Let's compare President Boakai with Toba. That's the standard. That's why we voted him. That was the standard we said when we supported him. We didn't set our standard at we are standard. We got to get this clear. The rescue train is on a collision course. They have to readjust. They have to readjust. If they don't, right, we might not wait for 2029. Our people are suffering. Our people are suffering. And look at the legislature, CEO. Look at the legislature. Another waste. This fiscal year, we are wasting 57 million on a group of men and women who care less about public interest. The fight taking place in the legislature is because of power and money. Nothing else. It is not about providing a quality education for our people. It is not about providing access to electricity. It is about who has control over the budget, who takes control over the legislature to make financial decisions, ratify loans, concessions. That's all it is about. President Boakai still has an opportunity to make the difference. He needs to amend and adjust. That's all I want to say, CEO. Thank you for the opportunity. Neotech is a scam. We don't need to say more. God bless our people, and thank you for the show as always. Thanks to Dr. Chinwe, merci, and thanks to Mr. Dwalo and the people. Thanks to Conor Gray. Thanks to my brother Isaac. Isaac, though, you always want to compare George Weah with Joe Boakai. There's no comparison here.
No.
Thanks to Brother Patrick.
Thank you.
Thanks to Brother Patrick. And God bless our people. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Martin. Have a good night. Thank you. As always, it's good to have you. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much, Conor Gray, Mr. Duadu. Thanks for hanging out with us. Nelson, can you come on? I think it was a wonderful show. Again, every day we express our disappointment. Nelson, you want to come up?
I'll stay here today.
It's
ask one question about. Still, the public can sit down and see what's happening and how we feel about it here. No, I mean how we feel it, I mean the people.
So you asked a good question, Duadu. Every information we have, we text it to the paper and those that in Liberia that can see it every day. Duadu. These things is on Jose Boakai. Nobody should deceive, and that way you see Glennie was beating me a few hours ago or so.
No, you pay for
but let's also do the CEO selling them
Let me try to answer.
I wish market
Le Nico 13, when John Lime Piakin, he was the first person that started promoting him.
I realize it.
I get it. I want the first person to disagree. I said, CEO.
Danny, do they do cash app? Come back. Can you go in the person cash app and withdraw what
I
you
don't
said?
know about cash app, nothing. He was selling the bag back here. The CEO was passing. Oh, yeah, he was beating my hair all
You
the
know
time.
what, Fandela Patrick, you and Dwalu
I
and
saw
Paul
it when the
Kennedy.
other way he watched
Fandela,
it.
let me say something now. You, Dwalu and Paul Kennedy, you're right. Because I told you guys, let's give it a chance and let's hear them move, right? Well, I haven't heard enough. I think it's a scam. And Liberians understand it's a scam. But
So
Joseph,
why are they trying to resell it? And it knows a scam.
let me say this to you.
The thing is
obvious. And right now, right? What time is it in Liberia? It's 1 o'clock, 1:07 in Liberia, right? Let me say this to you. Don't you know that President Baga is still up? And they are still convincing him that this thing is not a scam. They are still convincing him that this is not a scam. But that's the problem. Listen, do you really think, before we leave from the show tonight, that anybody give a damn about President Baga legacy? No. People around the president, they don't care about his legacy. It's only about them. So we that do care, and I come to believe that some of the children and some family member close to President Baga, they really don't understand the importance of Baga being president of Liberia. They just want to eat and go, and that's a problem. So it will come a time, even within the next 3 years or so, everybody, this thing will just go down water. And we got to keep the old hand up. Fundela would beat on me. Asa would beat on me. I don't know. I love President Baga, and I think he means well. When you talk to him, he means well. He got to bring in neutrality. And you know that, Dwadu. He got to let the people see it. He got to implement these things. But the country, in every area, it looks so bad, so dim. And when I say they get vexed, because I know, I hear a lot, I see a lot, I got a lot of documentation. When we begin to release this thing, it will be so bad for the country, but we pray to good God in heaven that God can open President Baka's eyes and make him to understand that people do love him, and they wish him well, and they wish the government well. So when the people talk, don't get vexed. Take the criticism and use it for the better good of the country. Martin is a good guy. John Malou is a good guy. People around the president, don't touch them. Don't talk to them because they don't like you. You know how President Baga got into power? But again, there's always a tomorrow. And we wish our government well. But the president must take action. Keeping any of these people there, it will only destroy the president's legacy. If President Baga failed to take action, amen.
Well,
we'll just leave it like that.
We'll leave it at that. So my brother,
I told you the woman are going to come back. Those people are going to come and harm off. Criminals are how they are. They will come and insist that you are wrong. They are not wrong.
Even in the open says otherwise.
Can we invite the Assistant Minister for Public Affairs from Minister of Foreign Affairs tomorrow?
Invite anybody. Tell them to come tomorrow.
No, I don't know them. I'm not in their government. I'm your government. So you should call them.
So you want the people to lose their job? VP?
Yeah.
The people lose their job, my man. You will not be able to put money in their pocket.
No, I mean to come and defend. I mean that their boss didn't spoke. The other day we were here talking in the car. So now is the time for them.
I know the thing is clear. Kuru.
But me, I will not leave the CEO. The CEO was the first person that avatar this product here.
So Dwadu, I don't understand Fandela Patrick though. You want to attack anyway? Let me do it. Messed up, man. Don't do this.
My man, protein. Oh, Conor Gray for that. Conor Gray, the man was here beating drones, sangba. Now
I try to defend.
I will not show.
But Jerry made me shame.
The CEO bought pig in the bear. You not see how he start. The guy they saw and say, you not see woman in the country say.
Papi, nobody expected the direction of this government. That's what we expected from a seasoned statesman.
But no, let's also to right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I know people get angry, but imagine if no one was talking and we just keep quiet. Imagine what will happen. I mean, let's be real. Let's say, okay, we're not criticizing anybody. We'll all say everything is fine. Imagine what will happen in the country. We are criticizing and they are defending. So imagine we were just praising. You know what will happen? But the bad thing about it is that Dralu, the people who are direct victims, they are the one come to defend.
Yeah. Senator, you didn't fire Matthew?
No, because we have announced it, I don't think they would fire him. If they fire him, that's the collapse of the government.
But they'll force him to resignation, though. They could force him.
I don't think so.
But the man is sitting in the face of the president.
Jerry, let me
tell you about Matthew, right? Matthew.
Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vendetta.
Look, Matthew, I have never seen any young man that campaign aggressively for JNB. I mean, we clash. This guy, when you cut his skin, the blood drills on the ground, you will see Unity Party. He's a fighter. He is not afraid of the battle of idea. So to see such a man put his integrity on the line, and professionally, professional people, they don't take wrongful instructions. It hurts. So the man is like there's no room. These assistant ministers don't reach to the president. And he said he wrote it's born to say, no, chief, they think they put from foreign affairs talking not correct. Look what he said. He said the woman was not part of the schedule to go to Ministry of Information. And she came and he is
my plane ticket to Equatorial Guinea ready. Let me go back.
But if you were,
thank you very much.
You're not going back. See you, man. Good night.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys. Thank you very much. A great show. All right. I said, don't see you tomorrow by God's grace. Yeah. Nelson? You're muted?
Yeah, I think I'm
you good?
okay now.
Yeah, Nelson.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow, man.
Yes, sir.
Are we good?
Yeah. We're good.
We're on course?
Yeah, we're trying to be on course.
That's it. Before I leave you, right? I forgot. I promised to play this video. Let's play this video.
So the city ordinance, in fact, there are discussions for even amendment. The money people were paying for waste 45 years ago, you can't be paying that money for waste now. You can't be paying Seti Preda or Cement and other people to be paying cheaper for waste. Yeah. So they I don't live it. Did I have bike on that side?
No.
You still going live?
No.
Yeah. Hey, Harry.
That's Center Street there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Today, that's Center Street. Today. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Man, it doesn't look good. Have a good night, man. Be safe,
sir.
okay? Yeah. Thank you for everything you guys continue to do.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, sir. Have a good night. Folks, I want to say thanks a lot for being here tonight. Thanks to everyone for your contribution. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to the many of you who played the listening role. We appreciate you for being on here tonight. It's been another great edition of the program Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow, and you can join us. As always, this is where you get the news. This is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. And we want to say thanks to everyone for being on here tonight. Thanks to all of our ardent followers, the people who have been joining us via radio, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and a host of other radio stations across the country. We say thanks to all of you. Thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that have been relaying this edition of the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bombay County, Premier FM in Bong, Train Radio in Grand Crew, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and a host of other radio stations. We appreciate all of you for being here with us on this edition of the program. Thanks to the many of you who have been joining us online as well across the different social media handles on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate you as well. And we look forward to having another great show tomorrow. Just before we go, let me do a special birthday greeting for you. Um, this one is from one of our ardent followers, Miss Siata Tengbe. Want us to do a special birthday greeting for you. You're celebrating your birthday today. So let me just do this one real quick um, um, as we go. Mrs. Marion Tengbe, you're celebrating your natal day today. Um, your your daughter, Miss Siata Tengbe, is wishing you happy birthday, and the rest of the family, they're wishing you all the best as you celebrate your natal day today. They're saying that they wish you good health, long life, all your dreams, your wishes coming through as you celebrate your natal day today. Again, happy birthday to you, and all the best, Mrs. Mariam Tengbe. All the best as you celebrate your natal day today. And again, we want to say thanks to everyone for joining us. Let me just put this as well. Mr. Myron D. Cassell, Mr. Myron Dua Cassell has a concert coming up. And you can see it's under the theme Danny Drawing Near. Drawing Near is the theme. And of course, it's going to be on the 17th of November. You see the information there. You can uh, make up time in case you're somewhere around the Brooklyn Park area. You can make your way at the Ebenezer Community Church and be part of that very important event. So, folks, that's how we like to end up tonight. Many thanks to all of you, Carlos, Sam, Makolo, Edwin Clark, Tita Brown, Telvin Payne, Sumo Kawa, Ruth Goba, Christopher that's Mono Balayu, yes, Samson, Marcus Lincoln, Moses Dolo, Raymond Johnson. We appreciate all of you, Freeman, for being here with us on this edition of the program. We look forward to another great show tomorrow. Until then, I'm Nelson Collen. Have a good night and bye bye for now.